Hello, lovelies. So, I get it. Hubby backseat is still still doing his thing, but in the meantime, I have hijacked his kettle, and I'm gonna pour myself a cup of tea. Can y'all hear me? It's a double green tea, you guys. It's fabulous. I'm gonna set this kettle over here. Sean can get that when he's ready. I have to adjust something. Wow. Hi, everybody. I feel like there's an echo. Do y'all hear an echo? Sorry, making some adjustments here, you guys. Bear with me. So anyway, how's everybody doing? Wow. Let's see if I can catch up with this chat. Hang on a second. Cubbies, hi. Welcome. Catherine Griffin. Lone Wolf, hi. Beth, hi. I'm glad you're here. Let's see. Hey, Juggalo Fishing Posse. How you doing? Joe Arcade. Vicky Lish, hi. Wow. Alright, already we got people coming in. I'm excited. So, tonight I'm drinking some green tea. And it's very, very hot. But I decided we needed some zen. So, green tea it is. So, a couple of things. First, hi Vicky Lish, new and just subbed some days ago. Thank you, and welcome. So, I was looking at this book here. This is the Witch's Notebook, or Witch's Datebook 2020, right? And for today, April 3rd, the moon is in Leo. And it says, if seeking peace, keep aquamarine, malachite, or sapphire. Well, I don't think I have any of those with me right now, but I do have some Celestine. And Celestine is also said to bring peace as well. It's very chill. It's very calming. I like it. It's got a good vibration to it. And then tomorrow, or in 25 minutes, it'll be April 4th. And the moon will still be in Leo. And it says, stuff a dream pillow with valerian for peaceful sleep. Now, valerian is known to bring peaceful sleep. You might see it in sleepy time tea and things like that. If you decide you want to stuff a dream pillow with valerian to help you sleep, you might want to put some mint, some chamomile, or some lavender flowers in there because valerian stinks. It's very stinky. I have no sense of smell, but everybody I've talked to says that valerian is super stinky. So if you decide to make a dream pillow, put some other nice smelling flowers in there with it to kind of mask the stinky valerian smell, but it will help you sleep. So, also I wanted to tell you about this book I've been reading. It's called The Last Law of Attraction Book You'll Ever Need to Read. Well, this is actually my first Law of Attraction book. But so far, it's actually very informative. One of the basic premises of Law of Attraction is what you focus on is what you attract. And so whether that be money, whether that be love, whatever it is you're trying to draw to you, you would focus on it as if it's already there, as if you already had it. And that way, you're already vibrating as if you already have it. The universe kind of draws it to you. But if you focus on what you're lacking, if you're focusing on what you don't have, that's what your vibration is going to be aligned to, and you'll attract more of that lack thereof, and you don't want that. So that's why you focus on what you want, what you're trying to attract, as if you already have it. Sometimes it's hard to get in that mind frame. So it helps to focus on what you're already grateful for, what you do have, whether that be your home, your family, your health, your friends. You know, if you have, your next, you already have enough food in the house for your next meal, or you have enough money to go buy your next meal, or whatever the case may be, that's something to be thankful for. You've got breath in your lungs. You're above ground. There's so many things that there's always something to be grateful for. And so that's a good place to start to raise that vibration. So let's see, we got a BGP raid coming, guys. We got Cammie, hi Cammie. And Juna, hi, welcome. Oh, Catherine, your mom's birthday is this April 16th. Awesome. My mom's is the 5th, and my dad's is the 19th. Hey, Wickaloo. Hi, Pookie.
I've got to try that.
Is this better? Sean is my tech guy. You guys hear me better?
Hold on, you're echoing pretty bad too.
Okay. I asked if there was an echo, and they said there was no echo, but I hear it.
Let's do that right there.
That's better.
And that right there.
Thank you.
Let me get your chat back for you, babe.
Okay.
Let's see, we can pop that out, collapse that, and there you go.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And I don't know why it's not doing your stream music, but love you.
Love you too. Thank you. Okay, can you guys hear my music? Because I can't. Hey, Jessie K in the house. Fantastic Wit. Kent. Yay. Nomad. Yay. I'm glad you're all here. Yay. Everything is, sounds great. Good. Yay. Can you hear me, Cammie? You can hear the music, but can you hear me? So much, Wickaloo. Yay! He said perfect. Yay! Okay, so now I'm in business. I don't know what I'd do without my Shine. He's the best. He truly is. Alright, Kent, quick hi before you go to bed. Have a good night. I know you said it was late where you are, so have a good morning, rather, where you are. Aw, thanks, Wit. So much love. Oh my goodness, I'm just overwhelmed. You guys are awesome. You guys are fantastic. Wow. Alright, so as I was saying, we talked about Law of Attraction. Yes, thank you for the raid, everybody. And so, let's see. Flo, hi. Welcome. So I was talking about how for today and tomorrow, the moon is in Leo. And so that usually has an effect on our emotions. And so some of us might be feeling a little bit regal. Some of us might be feeling a little bit, gotta be careful about feeling a bit arrogant, because we don't really want to feel that, because when we're arrogant, that's our insecurity talking. But feeling confident, feeling good about ourselves, that's a good place to be. And so that's where that Leo energy, that sunshine, vibrant energy is coming in. So yeah. Thanks, Cammy. I like the background too, the shooting stars. Love it. But yeah, and we're focusing on the law of attraction, where we focus on what it is that we're trying to attract to us, whether it be health, wealth, friends, family, love, all the good stuff, right? We're focusing as if we already have it. Even if we just have a little bit of it, it's a little something to hey, we're thankful for what we do have. We're grateful for the friends and family we do have. And that attracts more of the good stuff. So keep that vibration, keep it high vibing, you guys, because that's going to help us attract what we want in life. And be successful and so forth. So thank you, Flo. Hit that like button. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I'm drinking a double green tea. Uh-oh. Serious tonight, right? Oh, Catherine, I'm sorry you've been feeling down lately. A lot of people have been struggling with the with changes in their lives and things like that, and so my goal is to try to boost everyone's spirits, because sometimes it can be a little trying sometimes. Anytime there's a change, it's like, whoa, it kind of rocks our world, but it also gives us a different perspective and helps us appreciate what we do have, and look on the brighter side of things, because there's always a silver lining, always something to be thankful for. And so I started last night. Well, I have like an ongoing gratitude list, but I keep adding to it. There's just so much, the community, friends, family, opportunities I have to help people. It's just wonderful. But yeah, Jug says change and struggle here for sure. There's change and struggle everywhere, and it's all about what your thoughts are about it and how you deal with it. It's like they always say, it's 10%. It's only 10% of what happens to you and 90% of what you think about it. And so if you can change your thoughts, you can change your perspective, you can change your feelings. Okay, it takes some work, and it might be a stretch, but it's doable. I promise you, it's doable. Mr. Will, welcome. Yes, shout out at Flo back. Flo is awesome. She's a great supporter of our community, and I'm happy she's here with us. I'm happy all of y'all are here with us. Y'all are fantastic. Always look on the bright side of life, of course. So, gotta get that tarot reading on. Absolutely. So, I've got a surprise. So I'm gonna do my little 3-card reading like I've been doing, right? But there's a twist. I'm gonna add my charms. Y'all have seen my charms before. Little charms. And I have a surprise. What's in the bag? What is in this bag? Why, it is runes. You got it, Wickaloo. It is runes. Can you see? Runes. Sorry, I'm afraid I'm going to drop them. I'm going to put them on here and you can see down here. Let me switch this up a little bit. Now, look at there. And there's more. I wanted to show you guys my runes, so I will be incorporating those into our readings as well. So, last time I went live, and it feels like it's been 100 years since I went live. But last time I went live, we had a couple of people that wanted readings that I didn't get a chance to read for. One of them was LV Uso Scratcher, and one was Pishy North. So if you guys are in the chat, let me know, because you guys are bumped to the front of the list. But if not, then I will continue the list. Oh no, I will not drop those runes. No worries. But I will do, where was I? Last time I had a queue for you guys, but I was having technical difficulties, so getting that queue up and running tonight was different. So I got a nice clean piece of paper that I'm writing names down so I can do readings. So will it take a lot of time? Do you want to? Okay. Well, Sean's gonna set up a queue for me. One moment, please.
Pen and paper never fails. True.
That's true. Pen and paper never fails.
Yeah, just do it with pen and paper. It's gonna be easier.
Okay. Never mind, guys. We'll do it with pen and paper.
I'll set your queue up.
Okay. Okay. So Sean will set the queue up for next time. But uh-oh. Something happened. Sean! I lost everybody.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
We'll get him back. We'll get you back, everyone.
Come back.
You're coming back. Okay, everybody's back. We're all back.
Yay!
We're all back.
Yay! Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. All right. Let's see. Let me get caught up here. All right. So, got Catherine Griffin, of course. Jug says, fishing keeps me sane. Just caught the first catfish of 2020. That makes me feel better. Of course. That's awesome, Jug. I think fishing keeps a lot of people sane. Let's see. Oh no, Wickawoo, your runes were stolen. That's not good. Mr. Will. Huh? No, Wickawoo was saying that someone stole her runes. Uh-oh. He said we froze. Let's see. Hi, Misfits and Dreamers. Welcome to our stream. Welcome. Of course, Lone Dire Wolf wants a reading. Alright. Let's see. Hey, Nomad. Yeah, Sean rocks. He's awesome. Cammy, of course. I did freeze for a few seconds. Okay, am I back? Am I back to where we're good? Are we good, guys? Good? Three DM plays, sure. Pishy, of course you can ask a question. And welcome. In fact, Pishy, I've got you at the top of the list because that's where we left off last time. And I didn't get to read for you last time, so I'll read for you first this time. But yes, what's your question? Does John still love you? I can tell you what the cards say. We can kind of go from there. love to get into runes and all of that. It does take some learning. I'll be honest with you, it's been a minute since I have read runes, so I will be referring to my little guidebook. And that's usually how I roll. If I'm not real familiar with a card or a rune or whatever medium I'm using, then I refer to some type of reference book, and then I go on what my feeling is, and vice versa. I mean, I usually go on what my feeling is, and then, use the reference to kind of go a little deeper. Does that make sense? That's kind of what I do. Of course, Pishy. I had written your name down. I was like, and I even went back and watched like the tail end of my last stream to make sure I wasn't missing anything. So he's an Aquarius and you're a Sagittarius. Thing about Aquarians, they tend to be kind of all over the place, and Sagittarians tend to be a bit more structured, and so I could see where there might be a little bit of conflict there. But also, a lot of times your rising sign might be more accurate than your sun sign. It may be. It just kind of depends. But I've found that when I read like horoscopes, or I, listen to readings for, based on horoscopes or based on the signs, a lot of times, so I'm an Aries, but like an Aries sun, but a lot of times, since I'm a Leo rising, a lot of times the Leo readings resonate more for me. It's crazy, but sometimes that's how it works out. It's definitely a mind-opening experience. Definitely working on psychic abilities right now. Yeah, it does take some time for it to develop, especially if you've kind of suppressed it a lot. It kind of takes a while to really tap into it and really learn to trust yourself some more. So yeah. All right. So, with that, I will get on with this reading. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So far, I got 7 people to read for, so I better get on with it, huh? All right. Fishy, do you have a preference as far as which deck you want me to read from, or just pick one, or what would you like? I've got Moonology, I've got Bob Ross, I've got Black Moon Astrology, I've got Witchlings, I've got Gentle Wisdom of the Fairies, or Gentle Wisdom of the Fairy Realms, actually. I've got the Fairy Ring, and the Druidcraft. I'll be honest with you, Druidcraft is the only tarot deck. Like, I've got several kind of a collection of tarot cards, but I've been working with Druidcraft tarot for a long time, and that's the one I tend to gravitate toward, especially for an actual tarot reading. Now, I might pull, like if I were doing, a personalized reading, or if I were just reading for myself, I might start off with Druidcraft and then pull from some of these other Oracle type decks. But yeah, this is my preference. That's what I feel would probably resonate with you most. And if I'm wrong, prove me wrong. That's the beauty of this. You can always change your destiny. You can always change it. You can always change it. It doesn't have. Nothing's set in stone. It doesn't have to be. All right. That's cool, Coat Collector. Glad you're here. Catherine says, I'm clairvoyant, clairsentient, and an empath. Well, that's cool. I don't know. I'm like a combination of all of them. It just kind of depends on the situation. But I tend to feel things more than I see or hear them. But every now and then, I get some of this extra stuff that kind of takes me by surprise. Oh, Wicca Woo, you got lightheaded on the witchlings. Wonder what that's about. I'm almost scared to read witchlings for you, but then by the same token, I want to know what they have to tell you. All right, Coat Collector. I will add you to the list. We got a few people ahead of you. I'm starting with Pishy. My queue isn't working at the moment, but I got pen and paper. So that's our list so far. So sounds like Pishy is wanting a kind of love reading, but we'll just see what the cards have to say. This is a little quick 3-card kind of guidance thing, so we know what to expect and kind of where to go from there. So you got the 8 of Cups, you got the Fairylit, which is the same as the Temperance card, and you've got the King of Swords. So, Fishy, what I'm getting is, you mentioned someone named John, and he might be a Libra or an Aquarius. You said he was an Aquarius, that's right. King of Swords, Aquarius, that makes sense. He can be kind of brutal with what he says. It's like he talks without really thinking about it, but by the same token, he means exactly what he says when he says it. So it's interesting to kind of see his thought pattern. He's more thinking and less feeling, and sometimes he can be rather abrupt and not really care what anybody thinks or feels until later. And then you've got Temperance. So you're trying to balance things. You're trying to, you're trying to have a balanced relationship, and it's actually feeling more one-sided. And then I'm getting this, walking away type of thing. And it's really hard to say, like, because you asked, does he still love you? And it's really hard to say, because he's, like you said, he's cold and distant, and so it's hard to say what he's feeling, because he's more of a thinker, and I don't even know if he knows what he's feeling, honestly. I don't know what happened between you two or why he's being so cold and distant. But I would imagine there's something, I could be wrong, but I imagine there's something playing on his insecurity, something playing on his ego. It could be pride, it could be a lot of things. And so maybe that, maybe that's got something to do with it. Most of the time, the way people react has more to do with them than it does you. And so maybe he doesn't know exactly what he's feeling right now. He may be feeling a bunch of different things, and if you're there and an easy target, he might, be kind of taking it out on you in a way. Hi, Sunshine. Welcome. Turned 30 a few days ago. Happy birthday. What kind of person is coming into your life? I'll tell you what. I will add you, Sunshine, to my list. I've got several people ahead of you, but if you'll hang out with us for a little bit, I will read for you as soon as I get to you, see, I've added you to my list. Okay, so you got a few people ahead of you, but if you'll hang out with us for a little bit, I will get to you and I'll read for you and kind of let you know what kind of vibe I'm getting. Does a card says if there's another person involved. It doesn't really say. The feeling I'm getting is that there is a kind of a more of a likelihood of someone involved on your end more so than his end if there's another person. But it's like you're trying to balance things, and it's like this: whoever cares the least in a relationship has the most control, and it feels like that power differential has shifted, and you don't feel like you have control anymore, because he seems like he does not care, and that's very painful to accept, but that's kind of the nature of the beast. But here I see you walking away. I see you leaving something that is unfulfilling for you. You're not getting what you need out of this relationship. It's not helping you, and I see you headed toward higher ground. So there's something better for you. That's the feeling I get. Is that there's something better, and that's where you're headed. We don't have time for shenanigans and things to waste our time and energy when there's something better that you can go toward. Try to make things work, but he does not. Just wondering if he still has feelings or not. Oh, you're leaving the country soon. Wow. Back to your country. Okay. Since he doesn't want to work things out. That actually might be a good thing, to be honest with you. Because I feel like you're really not fulfilled in this relationship. And he may later say and do things, that make you think that he wants to try again or something like that. But by that time, you'll have moved on to something better. And I feel like you're going to heal pretty quickly from this, honestly. It may take some work, but I think you'll actually be leveling up pretty quickly. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Let's see what your runes say. He sounded unsure of what he wants. Yeah, that's kind of the feeling I get, is that he's pretty unsure. Let's see what the overall feeling of the runes is. Alright. We got this one. So, let's see what that one means. It's the rune of possessions. Also known as Fehu. It's a rune of fulfillment, ambition satisfied, love shared, rewards received. It promises nourishment from the most worldly to the sacred and the divine. For if the ancient principle, as above, so below, holds true, then we are also here to nourish God. This rune calls for deep probing of the meaning of profit and gain in your life. Look with care to know whether it is wealth and possessions you require for your well-being, or rather self-rule and the growth of a will. Another concern is to conserve what has already been gained. It urges vigilance and continual mindfulness, especially in times of good fortune, for it is then that you are likely to collapse yourself into your success on the one hand, or behave recklessly on the other. Enjoy your good fortune and remember to share it, for the mark of the well-nourished self is the ability and willingness to nourish others. So yeah, I feel like good things are coming to you, and you're about to level up for sure. That's the feeling I get. So yeah. Awesome. Reinforcing a decision that's already been made. Yeah, that's kind of the feeling I get. Let's see. General card. What's coming for you? Vicky Lish, of course. I will add you to the list. add me to the list? Of course. Wickawoo? Of course, of course. You're quite welcome, Fishy. Also, one more thing. I want to draw one of these charms for you, too. And it is a noggin. Let's see. Can you see it? It looks like a Native American Indian head. And so that kind of makes me think that this makes me think of ancestors. Like your ancestors are watching over you and guiding you and protecting you, and healing you, and they kind of they're looking out for you. That's the feeling I get, is that you're kind of guided and protected by your ancestors. And so not only are good things coming to you, but you've got, you know, the ancient ones looking after you as well. So yeah, you got good stuff coming your way, Fishy. I'm excited for you. Okay, Wickawoo, well, I've got you on the list, so we'll see what happens. But I do intend to read for everybody on my list tonight. It might be a long stream, but I intend to read for everybody I got on here. All right. So, thank you for letting me read for you, Fishy. I wish you all the best. Wish you all the best, and I feel like excellent things are coming to you. Let's see, is LV Uso Scratcher in here? Because I was gonna read for Uso last time, and we didn't get to Uso last time. So if Uso's in here, he's gonna be at the top of the list. But otherwise, if not, I will move on to Catherine Griffin. Haven't seen Uso? Okay, well, if Uso pops in tonight, then we'll make him next. So we've got Catherine next. Catherine, what deck do you prefer? Do you have any preference? Oh, Flo, of course I'll read for you. Of course. I'll add you to the list, Flo. Like I said, I've got a few people ahead of you, but I will absolutely add you to our list. Okay, Catherine, you want the witchlings? Witchlings. I think these are so cute. All right, Catherine. We've got luck. It says, with a clear direction for what you want to achieve, you're summoning energies that bring good luck. Always a good card to get. We have wellness. A healthy body, mind, and spirit thrive with a constant flow of balanced energy. Also a good card to get. And then we've got clarity. Clearing your mind brings you closer to your sacred inner wisdom. So, I got a few things on here. I feel like you've been not only attracting good luck your way, little things like you might find money on the ground, or you might find exactly what you're looking for. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. You could be looking for a flashlight and like you reach down in a drawer and there it is. Or um, you're looking for a pen and you reach down in your purse and there it is, and you don't have to do a lot of searching and all this stuff. It's just like things just kind of fall toward you naturally, and that's wonderful. And then, with this wellness thing, you've been blessed with good health, and not only that, but you're also taking care of yourself. And if you haven't been taking care of yourself, maybe it's a sign that you need to. But just general, good health practices, proper diet, exercise, maybe some yoga, maybe some meditation. I'm all about meditation. I think that can clear up so many different things. So that's what I would, definitely push for. And I feel like you've been kind of doing a meditative thing on some level. Now, for some people, it's going for a walk. For some people, it's drawing or painting. For some people, it's sitting on the floor with some nice, relaxing music and just take a few deep breaths. Mindfulness. Mindfulness is the key here. And so with that, of course, good healthy practices, following all the guidelines, stay away from sick people, make sure you wash your hands regularly, don't touch anything, don't touch your face, stuff like that. Just general healthy practices in general, I feel like are becoming more and more a part of your daily life. And focusing on your health, because if you don't take care of you, then how are you going to help other people? And I think that's what we're here to do, is to help other people. That's why I'm here. So there's that. And then with clarity, it's like things are becoming more clear to you. Your things that were kind of fuzzy or foggy before that you didn't quite understand, all of a sudden it's clicking for you. Click, 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 click. Just your mind's just going and going and going. But instead of being a jumbled mass of, it's like, oh. Like, do you remember the Dolby thing, like when you would go to a movie and it would show like all these pieces like kind of falling into place just like that, and everything is, does that? That's what your mind's doing. And it's good. It's because it helps you understand things on a so much different level than you did before. And so I think it's a very beautiful thing. Let's see what your runes say, darling. It is this one. So, let's see what that one means. That one is the rune of disruption. Maybe something has been disrupted, and that's why you've been able to get to where you are now. It says change, freedom, change, freedom, invention, and liberation are all attributes of this rune. It's called Hagalaz. Drawing it indicates a pressing need within the psyche to break free from constricting identification with material reality and to experience the world of archetypal mind. The rune of elemental disruption, of events that seem to be totally beyond your control, has only an upright position. You notice that? See if I turn it this way? It's still upright. And if I turn it this way, it's still upright. And yet always operates through reversal. When you draw this rune, expect disruption, for it's the great awakener. Although the form the awakening takes may vary, perhaps you'll experience a gradual feeling of coming to your senses, i.e. clarity, as though you are emerging from a deep sleep. Then again, the onset of power may be such as to rip away the fabric of what you previously knew as your reality, your security, your understanding of yourself, your work, your relationships, or beliefs. This is a time of great change for everybody. I mean, that's just the theme of this year, it seems like, is, everybody is going through some type of deep change. And so that's kind of what this is reinforcing. And it may take different forms for different people, but It could be relationship issues, plans go awry, a source of supply dries up. But even though all of this stuff is going on and it sounds big negative, you've still got luck on your side. You're still pulling through no matter what happens. I mean, all the crazy stuff may happen. You're going to land on your feet. Because that's how you do. It says, do not be dismayed. Whether you created the disruption or whether it comes from an outside source, you are not without power in this situation. Your inner strength, the will you have funded until now in your life, provides support and guidance at a time when everything you've taken for granted is being challenged. Another of the cycle runes, the term radical discontinuity, best describes the action of this rune at its most forceful. The more severe the disruption in your life, the more significant and timely the requirements for your growth. The universe and your own soul are demanding that you do indeed grow. And that can be said for just about any challenge. Any challenge in our life is meant to help us grow. My philosophy is we have to grow, and if we stop growing, we die. And we got too much we got to do. We got work to do. we got people we got to help. We got people we got to love. And so even though this might be a very disruptive time for you as well as lots of people, you're going to land on your feet. This is going to bring you clarity. This is going to bring your attention to things that you might have taken for granted before. So it's definitely something to think about. Let's see what these charms say. Let's see what this charm has to say for you. It's hearts intertwined. You see that? It's two hearts intertwined. So the people that you care about, you're linked closely with them, and you feel what they're feeling. And by the same token, they can kind of feel what you're feeling as well. But that's going to help you kind of determine how to best help other people. When you can kind of walk in their shoes for a minute and look at things from their perspective, that's how you can help. And that's going to kind of bring more clarity to you as well. So that's what I get from this reading. So I hope that was helpful. I feel really optimistic about this, Catherine. I really do. I feel like you're on the right path, and you're doing exactly what you need to be doing. And you're going to come out of this, whatever you're dealing with, you're going to come out of this so much stronger than before. And like I said, you're growing, you're blossoming, you're becoming stronger, and I wish you all the best. Absolutely. Thank you for letting me read for you. All right. Next, we have Mr. Will. Mr. Will, are you still with us? Still with us, Mr. Will? I'm just going to give these a quick shuffle to kind of clear the energy. Anybody see Mr. Will? Mr. Will still with us? If Mr. Will has moved on or has left us for a minute, we can come back to him. Let's see, who's next? Next, we've got Lone Dire Wolf. Lone Dire Wolf. You don't see him, Mrs. B? Okay. Well, we'll move on to Lone Dire Wolf, and if anybody sees Uso or Mr. Will, please let me know so I can read for them as well. Lone Wolf, you still here? Moonology, yay! Moonology is one of my favorites. I like these cards that are very simple and they have the meaning kind of, or their message kind of written on them. It makes it helpful. Hi NWI. Welcome. I'm reading for Lone Dire Wolf right now. Catherine Griffin, Next Time Thinking Moonology. Cool. Alright. Lone Dire Wolf, we'll see what Moonology says for you. By the way, oops, I dropped them. By the way, if anybody would like a more in-depth reading, you can always email me at tarotandteawithmrsb@gmail.com, and I can do a more kind of in-depth reading. It's for a donation, minimum $1. I'm gonna extend that special through April because April's my birthday month. Hello, and so yeah, I'll call it the Aries special. But yeah, if you guys want a more in-depth reading, there's a link to my email address in the description, and you just email me and let me know, and we will get on with that. All right. So Lone Dire Wolf. Here we go. We have New Moon in Capricorn. Your hard work is paying off. We have New Moon in Aquarius. Bring love into the situation. Thank you, Flo. NWI is a Taurus, an April Taurus. My sister-in-law is also an April Taurus. She's fabulous. And then we've got New Moon. A new start is coming. So let's look at this. You've got a new moon in Capricorn, a new moon in Aquarius, and a new moon in general. So what's new, Lone Wolf? What's new? You got a new start coming, bring love to the situation, and your hard work is paying off. So I'm not real sure what this is about. It could be, part of me is thinking maybe there's like a new job opportunity or something. But there's something new that you're trying. You might be trying something new, like a new way of thinking, because with this Aquarius new moon, it's got a lot to do with thinking, and it says bring love into the situation. And so maybe you're kind of tapping into some self-love, because I think a lot of times, if things have gone wrong or whatever, it's hard. It's easy to kind of question yourself and to belittle yourself. And I think you're working on trying to love yourself more, because when you do that, when you bring love into the situation, when you bring forgiveness into the situation, it helps you heal. And when that happens, you kind of ease those past wounds. You kind of learn to be more confident, learn to be more secure. And when you're more secure in yourself, you don't feel so scared being alone. You don't feel so scared, if things don't go the way you expected, because you're like, hey, I'm going to do me. And, well, hey, Anjuna, welcome back. And so, Lone Wolf, you've got some new beginnings on multiple different levels, okay? You've got general new beginnings. You've got a new way of thinking, a new way of feeling, bringing love into the situation, and you're more unconditional about it than before. You try to keep a positive, unconditional positive regard, as they say in clinical terms. Oh, and Juno, you fixed a late night snack. What'd you bring me? And then And then you've got your hard work is paying off. You're definitely doing some work on yourself. I feel like you are. And you may be belittling your own efforts, but I really feel like you are, I feel like you're healing yourself, and you're learning how to navigate this crazy world. And so, s'mores pancakes, oh my. But that's kind of where I'm, the direction I'm feeling for you, Lone Wolf. Let's see what the runes have to say. This is another one that cannot be reversed. Let's see what it has to say. Stand still. The winter of the spiritual life is upon you. You may find yourself entangled in a situation to whose implications you are, in effect, blind. You may feel powerless to do anything except submit, surrender, even sacrifice some long-cherished desire. Be patient, for this is the period of gestation that precedes a rebirth. Rebirth, new beginnings, like triple new beginnings here. Positive accomplishment is unlikely now. There is a freeze on useful activity. All your plans are on hold. You may be experiencing an unaccustomed drain on your energy and wonder why. A chill wind is reaching you over the my nose itching. Over the ice flows of old, outmoded habits. Trying to hold on can result in shallowness of feeling, a sense of being out of touch with life. A lot of people might be feeling that lately. Seek to discover what it is you're holding onto that perpetuates this condition and let go. Shed, release, cleanse away the old. Doing so will bring on the thaw. Usually, this rune requires a sacrifice of the personal, the I. At such a time, you cannot hope to rely on help or friendly support, and yet there is no reason for anxiety. Submit and be still, for what you are experiencing is not necessarily the result of your actions or habits, but rather arises from conditions about which you can do nothing. What has been full must be empty. What has increased must decrease. This is the way of heaven and earth. To surrender is to display courage and wisdom. And yet there's another face to stand still. Just as winter is a time for going within, drawing this rune can announce a time of restoration and renewal at the deepest level. In your solitude, we all know about solitude here lately, exercise caution and do not stubbornly persist in attempting to work your will. Remain mindful that the seed of the new is present in the shell of the old, the seed of unrealized potential, the seed of the good. Trust your own process and watch for signs of spring. Sometimes you know how they always say let go and let God? That's kind of the feeling I'm getting. Trust in the process. We talked about law of attraction at the very beginning. We talked about, focusing on how it might feel to have exactly what you want. And focus on that feeling. Recreate that feeling. Maybe smile more. Did you know that when you smile, it actually changes the chemistry of your brain? Believe it or not, it does. And so the more you do it, the easier it becomes. And there's lots of videos out there, lots of books out there about law of attraction. And I feel like when you focus on what it is you want and then let go of it as if it's already there and you're comfortable with it, that's what's going to attract it. That's what's going to draw it in. So yeah, as long as you're chasing something, it's always going to be just beyond your grasp. But when you focus on attracting as if it's already on its way to you and you can relax a little bit, that's what's going to draw it in. So that's the feeling I get for you, Lone Wolf. Excuse me. Let's see what your charms have to say. It's a fish. It is a fish. Can you see the fish? Let me scoot this down so you can see the fish. So the fish says, be like a Pisces and go with the flow. Again, letting go, allowing this new beginning to unfold. And I feel like the more you let go of your old ideas and your old limiting beliefs and just relax a little bit, let things flow, what you're seeking will come to you. You just gotta relax, go with the flow. I know it's easier said than done, but it helps if you focus on gratitude first. Think about what it is that you're trying to attract and relax as if you've already got it. And I think that will help you get to where you want to be. Wickawoo says, I'm so jealous, Anjuna. Sunshine says, I'm hungry. Yeah, Anjuna, you should have brought enough for everybody. You're welcome, Lone Wolf. I wish you all the best, and I truly hope that you can find some peace in this kind of cluster of what all is going on. But I do wish you the absolute best. All right. You're gonna call it a night, Catherine Griffin? Okay. Well, have a good night. Thank you for letting me read for you. I'm glad you made it. Yes, tons of newness for Lone Wolf. Absolutely. Alrighty. So next, I've got Cammy. Cammy Blue, you want your Moonology or you want something else? I can hear my echo down the hall. It's funny. Ooh, you want Dark Moon this time. Okay. We can do that. It's been a minute since I've read Dark Moon, so I may have to do a little bit more reference than usual, but I'll be glad to. Dark Moon. Now, why do I have the Bad Moon Rising song stuck in my head? I feel a bad moon rising. Sorry. Oh, hi, Code Collector. I just finished reading for Lone Wolf, and now I'm reading for Cammy. Oh, Mr. Will. Cammy, do you mind if I read for Mr. Will right quick? I promise I'll get to you next. Hi, Mr. Will. You are next. Okay, thank you, Cammy. Mr. Will, do you have a preference on what deck you would like me to read from? Thank you, Cammy. I've got the Dark Moon, got Moonology, Bob Ross, Witchlings, I've got Druidcraft, I've got the Fairy Ring, yes, Cammy is so nice. And I've got the Gentle Wisdom of the Fairy Realm. Bob Ross, awesome. I love these Bob Ross cards. They're fantastic. They always make me smile. Oopsie. Uh-oh, what happened? Okay, I bumped my camera. I'm so sorry. All right, Bob Ross. It says, you have to have dark in order to show light, just like in life. That's the Six of Clubs, or the Six of Wands. And then you've got, I look forward to seeing you again. Happy painting. God bless, my friend. That's the Ace of Wands, or Ace of Clubs. And then you got the Joker, also known as the Fool. I haven't pulled the Joker in this deck yet, so that's interesting. This is a happy place. Little squirrels live here and play. Alright, so you've got some new beginnings happening for you. Every time I hear his name, I start hearing his voice in my head saying, happy trees. Indeed. Alright, so with the Joker, that's the same as the Fool in the tarot deck. So the Fool always talks about a new beginning, embarking on a new journey, a new adventure, that kind of thing. And you have no idea what you're doing or where you're going. You're just, I'm happy to be along for the ride kind of thing. So yeah, this is a happy place, and little squirrels live here and play all day. So there's a sense of fun and lightheartedness here, and I don't know what exactly that's about, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. Okay, and then you've got the Ace of Clubs. I look forward to seeing you again. Happy painting. God bless, my friend. So with the Ace of Clubs or the Ace of Wands, there's a new spiritual journey as well. It's like maybe you're looking at things from a different perspective, or maybe you're kind of exploring other philosophies of life, other spiritualities, things like that. Trying to, basically trying to guide yourself through this crazy thing called life. And so you may be encountering people that you've encountered in a past life. You may be encountering people from your past, just in general, that are re-emerging in your life, and it's like you're starting something brand new, and you're looking at them through a different lens, so to speak, and you're able to reconnect with them more easily now because your perspective has shifted. You might have been kind of judgmental before, and now that you've got a different perspective and you've learned different, it's like when we learn better, we do better, and I think that's kind of where you're going with this. And then you got the Six of Wands, and so with the Six of Wands, it's like you're how do I say this? It's like you're halfway to where you want to be. I mean, there's a completion of a cycle here, and it says here, you have to have dark in order to show light, just like in life. And so you're kind of appreciating the shadow side of things. Cami says popcorn time. I hear that. So you're in a spot in life where you might be dealing with some of the darkness and some of the shadow side of things, but it's helping you to gain perspective on the good too. There's got to be balance in everything, right? And I read something last night. It was a quote from Bret Hart, the wrestler Bret Hart, right? It was something about the tough times aren't there to show you how weak you are, but rather show you how strong you are during your most vulnerable time. And that speaks volumes. That's because everybody experiences something, some type of challenge or some type of rough life experience, somewhere along the way, and how you approach it and how you handle it is going to determine how you handle things after that. And so yeah, that's yeah, you're dealing with some kind of heavy stuff, but you've got this lighthearted approach to it, which I find fabulous. I think that's fantastic. And it's giving you another perspective on how to handle, other challenges as well. It's like, oh, if I can handle this other thing, I got this. It's like if you let me back up the truck a little bit. All right, so back in the day when I was a therapist, I had a young lady that had a lot of anxiety. Lots of my clients had a lot of anxiety, and one of the things we talked about was being sure of ourselves. And it's like, okay, yes, you're worried about this, and this happening, but I saw you reading this particular book, and that makes me think that you've got a plan. You plan ahead. You've got a plan for the zombie apocalypse, right? And I was kind of half joking, half serious. She's like, of course. I was like, okay, if you've got a plan for the zombie apocalypse, you got this. Whatever it is that you are concerned about, you got this. There's no need to worry. You got this. You are solid. And she straightened up in her chair. She's like, yeah, I got this. So, and I feel like that's kind of where you're at. And if you're not there yet, you're well on your way. So yeah, definitely. Let's see what your runes say. Mr. Will. Hey, look, it's that one. I'm gonna refer to my book on this one because it's been a minute since I've read runes. Let's see. This is the Journey rune. Just a small town girl. Anyway, I will not sing. That's not what I'm here to do. It sounds like he's handling the tough times with laughter. I think that's a good thing. Laughter truly is the best medicine. And I think when we can approach something with a lighthearted approach, it makes it a lot easier. It says this rune is concerned with communication, with the attunement of something that has two sides, two elements, and with the ultimate union that comes at the end of the journey, when what is above and what is below are united and of one mind. Inner worth mounts here, and at such a time you are not intended to rely entirely upon your own power. Instead, ask what constitutes right action. Ask through prayer or meditation, through addressing the witness self, the teacher within. Once you are clear, you can neutralize your refusal to let right action flow through you. Not intent on movement, be content to wait. While you wait, keep on removing resistances. As the obstructions give way, all remorse arising from trying to make things happen disappears. The journey is toward self-healing, self-change, and union. You're concerned here with nothing less than unobstructed, perfect union, but the union of heaven and earth cannot be forced. Regulate any processes in your life. Material advantages must not weigh heavily on this journey of the self toward the self. Stand apart even from like-minded others. The notion of strength in numbers does not apply at such a time, for this part of the journey, the soul's journey, cannot be shared. Another of the cycle runes, this rune carries within its form the rune of joy. For now the end is in sight. You are no longer burdened by what you've left behind. Heaven above you and earth below you, unite within you to support you on your way. A simple prayer for the soul's journey is, I will to will thy will. Such a prayer of intention is proper on any occasion and is particularly appropriate as a preamble to healing. So definitely you're well on your way. Definitely. Let's see what this charm says. It's a flamingo. Now, I'm not sure what a flamingo means to you, but to me, it's about, in a weird way, having a firm foundation. Because you're able to support yourself on one leg even. And if you think about a flamingo, flamingos, you're in Florida. That makes so much sense. That's wonderful. So yeah, but that's my first thought is you're able to support yourself, and also there's this chill factor. You're just the fact that you can relax about some things is going to help you along your way as well. Instead of trying to force things, that's that's kind of the go with the flow attitude as well, but still having that firm foundation. I feel like that's the important message here. It doesn't always mean what you think it means. That's true. Oh, silly Billy, what do you think about having visions of your own death? Well, I think when you have visions or dreams, I think it has a lot to do with symbolism. And anytime there's symbolism of a death of any kind, I feel like there is maybe a part of you that is changing. Death almost always symbolizes change. And so maybe you're letting a part of yourself kind of, in a way, die away. But it wasn't a dream when I have vision that always happens. So are you saying you're concerned that you might die? Because when you have visions, that is what happens. Because that's not the feeling I get. I get the feeling that you're overcoming some things from your past and letting that go so that you can build a brighter future. That's the feeling I get. I could be wrong, but just going on feelings alone, and I know nothing about you, that's the feeling I get. Not really, more like I don't know why I saw that now. I don't know why you saw it now. Maybe there's something that you do need to let go of to release from the past so that you can move forward. Felt like it will happen, but not that soon. Well, eventually death happens to all of us, both figuratively and literally. But it doesn't necessarily, nobody knows when that's going to happen. I couldn't tell you that. And if it were me, I would trust my own intuition. Like you said, you felt like it will happen, but not that soon. So it may not be that soon. But like in your 20s, I don't know. But the thing about it is you can always change it if it's you. You can change your destiny. It just depends on choices you decide to make. When you succeed in your career, then it will happen. Well, but also when you succeed in your career, you will have overcome so much that you can let some things go away, or let some things go so that you can move forward. That's just my take on the thing. Mr. Will, let's see, where was I? Mr. Will says, amazing. In Florida. Warning me to be careful of this person. Yeah, you may want to be careful about the people, places, and things that you're dealing with. Not everything and everybody has your best interest at heart, so definitely protect yourself. But I say that to everybody. Think you might know who it is. No problem. You know your life and situation better than I do. All I can tell you is, kind of the feelings I get. But I hope, I wish you all the best, and safety and all that good stuff. Mr. Will, thank you for letting me read for you. I appreciate it, and I wish you all the best as well. It seems like you're well on your way to a smooth journey, and even if it's not smooth, you definitely have a nice approach and a nice outlook that will get you through it. So anyway, I hope that was helpful, and I hope, like I said, I wish everyone that's commented and everything, I wish you all the best. Let's see. Next we have Cami. Cami, thank you for being so patient. Time to read for Cami. And you wanted the Black Moon astrology, right? Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Will. Thank you. Awesome. I'm gonna have to move my mouse because I keep bumping it. Hi, Rhino. Welcome. Welcome to our stream. I'm about to read for Cami. Did you want a reading, Rhino? I can add you to my list if you want, or if you just want to chill and listen to everybody else, that's cool too. I'm flexible. I do yoga sometimes. Alright, Cami. We are reading the Black Moon astrology cards for Cami. And these are so glossy and shiny and slippery. But they're fun to read. And they look really, really cool. Alright, so we've got first house, the body. We've got sun, spirit. And we've got lunar eclipse, change. Ooh. So I gotta refer to the handy dandy book because I'm not super familiar with these, but going just on my feeling. With the first house and the body, you're focused on and concerned about health issues, which lots of people are. Lots of people are health conscious these days. You've got sun, so you've got lots of hopefulness, lots of bright outlook, lots of optimism, and that's really awesome. And then we've got lunar eclipse or change. So you're dealing with some changes. You might be dealing with some interpersonal changes, some relationship changes, maybe even some, I don't know. I don't know what kind of changes you're dealing with, Cami, but if you're not dealing with it yet, you will be. Of course, lots of people are dealing with changes right now. What you looking for, babe? Oh, Howie. Okay, Sean's gonna mod people. Yay! Cool, Rhino, just hanging out, watching me do my thing. Cool, cool, cool. Let's see. So, Cami, we've got first house, which is the body. Nice. This quote from Ramana Maharshi says, "I am not the perishable body, but the eternal self." And if you think about it, all things are made up of energy. And so really, and this is getting kind of, matrixy talk here, but really our body is just a manifestation of our energetic vibration. So truly our bodies do not exist. technically. But for all intents and purposes, we're going to, refer to the body as, our energetic vibration. Oh, you're welcome, Wickaroo. Thank you, Sean. Sean is modding the people that need to be modded. I trust him. Alright, so this says, move ahead with confidence. You are rising. The first house in astrology begins with the ascendant, the astrological constellation rising over the eastern horizon at the time the chart is cast. In the natural chart, the ascendant represents the moment you were born. That's why your ascendant or your rising sign might be more accurate as far as readings and stuff than your sun sign. It says, like the sun and moon, the first house is one of the most important parts of a horoscope. The first house represents your physical appearance, how your body works, and where your strengths and weaknesses lie. It is the beginning to everything. The first house is also the mask that everyone else first sees. Although the first house is the house of self, it is also the persona you project. It is how you relate to the world first. If the first house card presents itself in a reading, it means you will soon be feeling your own strength. Although it may feel natural just to take over and assert your power, you may need to pull back some. Try not to control or dominate certain situations, as this could backfire. More positively, people may feel comfortable now with you as their leader, and they won't mind following your lead. It's important that you don't abandon your goals now out of boredom. Presently, you will start things with great gusto, but you must follow up. You need to finish all that you start. The first house shows your image, so how you come across to others is of utmost importance now and bears greatly on your success. Perhaps you may opt for a new look, and indeed this can have a bearing on how successful you will be. Since this house opposes the 7th house of partnerships, it is a good omen regarding relationships of all kinds. It can mean relationships are about to mature or become more serious. Marriage may be on the cards, or it may mean you are transitioning into a better place concerning other people in general. As the first house is also about your physical body, it's important to pay attention to your health and the signals your body is sending you. Your body is your ultimate container, the first place your soul passes into. The first house card also speaks of beginnings and starting anew. It implies it is time to honor your gift of being distinct. It also suggests a position of leadership. When this card turns up in a reading, it may be time to defend something of value to you, perhaps your reputation, your authentic self, or your chosen life path. You may be challenged, or you must stand by your convictions. You could have conflicts with certain authority figures and thus need to go to some extra measures to keep a cool head in any given situation. This card marks a period of being tested or challenged and indicates who you are and who you will become. Whatever is implied in the surrounding cards will indicate what must soon be faced and met. All in all, your first thing to consider with this card is how healthy you are and your stamina, then your role as a leader, or just you as a person who is about to start something significant. Always look at surrounding cards to determine what comes next quite directly and unexpectedly. So, like I said, you may be placed in a leadership type position, but with the sun and changes, you may be looking at changing your image. You might be looking at changes in the dynamics in your relationships. But all in all, I'm getting a good feeling about all of this. So let's see what the sun says. Martha Graham said, "There is a vitality, a life force, an energy, a quickening that is translated through you into action. And because there's only one of you in all time, this expression is unique." The sun is at the center of our lives just as it is traditionally in the astrological chart. This is why the placement of the sun is the most significant. The sun is our spirit, our personality. It represents, along with Uranus, the animated flash of life. The sun signifies who we essentially are. It is also the need to express who we are. In ancient belief, the sun is Amun-Ra, the god among all gods, whose name leads to Amen, the word at the end of a prayer. I disagree with that part, because the word Amen actually is the Greek word meaning I agree. That's what I've been told. But anyway, sun rolls over the condition of our bodies. It is the return to light, the ability to transform and rise again. It represents our health, vitality, and dynamism. The sun is our strength and what we've put our focus on. It is no surprise that it was the sun early people venerated when developed into the idea of life-giving creator. The sun is also the universal spark called spirit that enlivens the body. It is our strength. Again, we're talking about strength. We mentioned strength when we talked about the first house as well. Sun card presents itself in the spread. It adds an encouraging spin to any reading. The sun is all that is good. It is the positivity that trumps anything negative. This card says, all eyes are on you. You have the strength and power to get things done. All things that are truly meaningful are starting to happen now. You are now in a place to lead and inspire. It's through the sun's inspiration and creativity that will enable you to make things materialize. This may be at the front of a group, or on a stage, or just in a way that you lead with confidence. The sun card gives an empathetic yes to your reading. Another meaning is that the summer months are relevant. Summer may be when the wished for event occurs. Parties, events which emphasize creativity and fun, children and childlike adults all figure into the situation. This card also implies an aptitude for acting, or just a period where dramatic ability and creative leadership could greatly benefit your mission. You may find yourself singled out, perhaps in a dramatic situation where you show your skills in some impromptu ways, such as giving a speech or teaching a class. It's also a time of generosity and laughter. The spotlight shines on your life. What you're doing now is being noticed. You're not used to this. You may react with aloofness. Avoid foolishness, immaturity, and any lack of organization during this time, or the matter could fall apart at the seams. But all in all, this is a progressive, energetic card which foretells of prodigious things on the horizon. This card indicates that matters will be going your way, but leadership on your part will be necessary. It is time to act and take your place in the sun. So, big things coming for you, Cami. And then, like I said, the lunar eclipse, change. So, what's this change about, sir? I wonder. It's a bit lagging, but trying to keep up. Well, I don't know why it's lagging. Backseat, do you know why we're lagging? If we're lagging, is it me? Sean says, try refreshing. He says, try refreshing your page. It should fix it. It did drop for a second. So hopefully, if you refresh, it'll help. Yep, lots of leadership roles coming out for sure. Oh, it's not me, it's the interwebs, says Wickawoo. Alright. See what this lunar eclipse is about. So this was attributed to the Buddha. 3 things cannot be hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. Lunar eclipse takes place when the Earth is directly aligned between the sun and the moon. The Earth blocks out the sun's light, causing the moon to be in the Earth's shadow. This can only happen during a full moon, and while the solar eclipse lasts only for minutes, the lunar eclipse lasts for hours. Ancient peoples were extremely frightened by eclipses because they believed a great serpent was taking bites out of the sun and moon. It can bring on times which seem shadowy and disordered, but they're not necessarily bad and should not be viewed as such. We're meant to be thrown off balance to make necessary changes. It is a time of seeing the light and focusing on something you have either put off or didn't exactly notice was coming up. So when the lunar eclipse presents itself in a reading, dramatic changes are in store. Such changes will likely be unexpected, the kind that might seem hard or will make some special effort on your part. These will not be gradual, easy, barely noticeable transformations. Your world may be rattled somewhat. It will seem more like a revolution. Do not be alarmed, however, because this altering of your life is essential in getting you where you need to be. We are all here to share our gifts and lead others to theirs. It is never an easy path. Again, leadership. So Cami, this may be a change for you, but I'm getting the feeling that you're going to be in a leadership position of some sort. You're going to be an authority on something, or viewed as an authority on something. And so, not something that you are ready to handle, but I think you're actually going to handle it with a lot of grace and a lot of ease and a lot of confidence. And nobody's going to see that coming. It's like, oh, didn't know you had it in you, kind of thing. But that's kind of the feeling I'm getting. Any number of things might happen: the ending or beginning of a transformative relationship, a change in life's path or job, or a change in where you live. Whatever it may be, it will be abrupt. It's a new way of looking at things. That is why they can even bring on changes in eyeglass or contact lens prescriptions, or if you're lucky, a marked improvement in your eyesight. Weird. Wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, I know the feeling. Whatever the issue, it's been brewing for a while and things are about to bubble over. It could be a partner, a would-be partner who wishes to take your relationship to a new level. Since the moon symbolizes our emotions, you probably already sense what this change should be and will not be completely surprised by it, but the force and dramatic nature of the shift may be unexpected. Expect to be thrown off balance. I think we've all been thrown off balance a time or two in life. If the situation is something you have taken for granted and it collapses, then you will need to make a new start. In any event, you should start to see these effects within the next 6 weeks and expect for an outcome to be completed within 6 months. This card also indicates cycles, and whatever seems to be lost at this time, you can be assured will return to you, perhaps in a different form, but most certainly better. So yeah, overall, good stuff coming your way. It just might be unexpected. Let's see what these runes say. Another one that is not reversible. It does not have a reverse side. So, what does it mean? X marks the spot, right? Let's see. Partnership. It's about partnership. Hey, Simo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I'm doing tarot readings. Right now I'm reading for Cami. It says, drawing this rune is an indication that partnership in some form is at hand. In love relationships, in business matters, and partnering of every kind, you are put on notice not to collapse yourself into that union. For true partnership is achieved only by separate and whole beings who retain their separateness even as they unite. Remember to let the winds of heaven dance between you. Kind of like at the high school dance. Right? Let the winds of heaven dance between you. At the same time, there is another aspect of partnership that you are called to consider. For the path of partnership can lead you to the realization of a still greater union with the higher self, union with the divine. The ultimate gift of this rune is the realization of the divine in all things. God always enters into equal partnerships. This rune of partnership has no reverse, for it signifies the gift of freedom from which flow all other gifts. That's pretty special. Again, partnership, new beginnings, good stuff. Oh, you never seen Cami? Oh, okay. Well. Simo meet Cami. Cami meet Simo. And Cami, you have a butterfly. Butterflies signify transformation as well. So, yeah, you got lots of changes coming your way. And I think part of that change is going to be putting yourself in or finding yourself in a leadership position. That's going to be a huge change for you. You're going to be seen as an authority on something, and you're just going to roll with it, and you're going to handle it with with grace. So that's just how you flow. That's just how it works. But anyway, I hope this reading is helpful, and I wish you all the best, Cami. So Anyway, looks like you're well on your way to good stuff happening. So I wish you all the best. Sunshine, still waiting. I'm glad you're still here. Thank you for being so patient with us. Sunshine, I've got 2 more people ahead of you. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Do we still have 3 DM plays? Is 3 DM plays still in here? Anybody seen 3 DM plays? Because they are next. Three DM plays. You still here? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. That's awesome. Alright, 3DM. What deck would you like for me to read from for you? I just read from the Black Moon. Oh, thanks, Cammie. I just read from Black Moon Astrology for Cammie. That's what these are. Got Bob Ross. We've got Druidcraft. Most used. Probably this one. I've used... Yeah, probably this one. This is the Druidcraft Tarot. And I've been reading with this deck for about 15 years. So I haven't used it the most tonight, but yeah, it's definitely got some old wisdom and energy into it. So yeah, it feels right. It really does. Alright, got the 4 of Swords, got King of Swords, and the 8 of Cups, reversed. So, what I'm feeling with this one is you've been more contemplative lately. Might have been kind of spending more time in solitude, maybe doing some meditation, more reflecting, just kind of thinking things through. You got a lot on your mind, and you're just trying to sort it all out. You're dealing with... I feel like this is an authority figure, this King of Swords. It might be a parent, like your dad. It might be a boss. But it's someone that you regard as an authority on some level. Or this could be you. But I feel like this is like dad or boss or someone like that. They might be an Aquarius, they might be a Gemini, they might be a Libra. But they are very stern and they're very sharp-witted, and they tend to be very precise in how they do things and how they conduct themselves and what they say to people. And they can make somebody feel really, really, really small. And just to kind of get their point across. They tend to be more thinking than feeling, so it may be kind of hard to connect with them on an emotional level. But even though, they may say some things that are kind of harsh, they actually are quite fair, and they actually do have your best interest at heart. They just might be kind of abrasive in how they show it. But they really do, they really do support you. They just, but the things they say to you may not feel very supportive. So, hi Stro Time, welcome to our stream. I'm doing a tarot reading for 3DM Plays right now. Hi Marie too, welcome. All right. So yeah, this person might have said some things to you that's got you thinking about, wait a minute, what are they talking about? Are they talking about something that I did? Are they talking about, what are they talking about? Yes, stir time, I do stream late. Past your bedtime, huh? Well, anybody that streams during the daytime is streaming past my bedtime, so anyway, here we are. Azil Nacer, welcome. Hi. Just want to stop and say hi, leave a like. Thank you so much. Hope you have a good night. So 3DM, you may be contemplating walking away from this person. Hi, Patricia Gallant. Welcome. Glad you're here. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, 3DM, it's like something was emotionally unfulfilling about this right here, and so you're kind of trying to walk away from it, but kind of not. You haven't really made up your mind about it yet. And on the one hand, it's like, yeah, this may not feel good right now, but on the other hand, walking away from the situation is not going to make it any better. Now, I'm not saying stay in a relationship that is abusive in any way, but I feel like a conversation needs to be had before you take it to this level. And how that conversation goes might determine, I guess, the outcome. But I feel like, I'm not talking about an argument. I'm talking about, let this person know kind of where you're coming from, but also respect where they're coming from. There needs to be respect on all sides. But if it gets to a point where you're, being abused, where you're being taken for granted, when you're, getting a lot of flack that is not deserved, or even if it is deserved, but it's not in a healthy way. Does that make sense? There's no need to stay where, you're not in a good, healthy situation. Okay. I hope that makes sense. But let's see what the runes say. Because I feel like this person is really trying to be fair, even though you may not like what they have to say. But let's see. And this was the rune that was drawn. And I've drawn this rune for someone else tonight too, but I'll read it again. This is standstill, 137. It says, the winter of the spiritual life is upon you. You may find yourself entangled in a situation to whose implications you are in effect blind. You may feel powerless to do anything except submit, surrender, even sacrifice some long-cherished desire. Be patient, for this is a period of gestation that precedes a rebirth. Positive accomplishment is unlikely now. There's a freeze on useful activity. All your plans are on hold. You may be experiencing an unaccustomed drain on your energy and wonder why. A chill wind is reaching you over the ice floes of old, outmoded habits. Trying to hold on can result in shallowness of feeling, a sense of being out of touch with life. Seek to discover what it is you're holding onto that perpetuates this condition and let go. Shed, release, cleanse away the old. Doing so will bring on the new, or bring on the thaw. Usually, it requires sacrifice of the personal, the I. At such a time, you cannot hope to rely on help or friendly support, and yet there is no reason for anxiety. Submit and be still, for what you're experiencing is not necessarily the result of your actions or habits, but rather arises from conditions about which you can do nothing. What has been full must empty. What has increased must decrease. This is the way of heaven and earth. To surrender is to display courage and wisdom, and yet there's another face to stand still. Just as winter is a time for going within, drawing this rune can announce a time for restoration and renewal at the deepest level. In your solitude, exercise caution and do not stubbornly persist in attempting to work your will. Remain mindful that the seed of the new is present in the shell of the old, the seed of unrealized potential, the seed of the good. Trust your own process and watch for signs of spring. So maybe the answer to your question is don't react just yet. Maybe play this out, see how it goes. Just wait and see. See what happens. And I feel like if you do that, you may actually start to see some kind of resolution. That's kind of the feeling I get. And then let's see what the charms say. The charm is dolphins. And with the two dolphins, that to me always represents friendship and partnership. So I feel like if you kind of let things be and maybe do some of your own soul searching, because what this person said and does, even though you don't like it, you're reacting to it even if it's internal. And so when you do that, maybe think about, okay, what is it from my past that is being triggered by this person's behavior? Because more than likely, they're reminding you of someone in your life that may have hurt you in the past, and that's why you're wanting to run away. But don't do that. Sit with it. Try to figure out what in your past is being brought up by this person's actions, and kind of process through that, and that will help heal this relationship. And you may find a deeper friendship and a deeper partnership with this person. Just a thought. I hope it helps. Let's see. Sorry, I got kicked out. What card are you using? What do they mean? Okay, so I'm using the Druidcraft tarot cards. And so we've got the Four of Swords, King of Swords, and Eight of Cups. And the basic gist of what I'm getting is there is some conflict with this person who is likely an authority figure, and it's causing you to kind of rethink some things. This is what I'm telling 3DM. And then may have had some feelings of wanting to run away, but really it's best to focus on why this person's triggering you. So 3DM says that was spot on. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me read for you, and I'm glad that was helpful. I wish you all the best with this, because I really think, doing a little soul searching on this one will actually help improve this relationship. So I wish you all the best, and I want to move on to our next reading, which is Coat Collector, and you're here. So, Coat Collector, which deck would you like me to read from, dear? We've got the Druidcraft that I just read from. We've got Bob Ross, Fairy Rings, Witchlings, Black Moon, Moonology. Which one would you like? And also, for those of you that are still with us, as I mentioned before, I'll be glad to do a more in-depth reading if you'd like. Just email me at tarotandteawithmrsb@gmail.com. And I've got a link in the description, so if you want to email me there and let me know, I will be glad to do a more in-depth reading. The cost is a minimum $1 donation. There's also a link to my PayPal in the description, so if you'd like that, just let me know, and I'll be glad to do it. Peace and light all night. Thank you so much, 3DM. Peace and light to you as well. What card do you think? Health and relationships. Actually, Coat Collector, I'm thinking witchlings. I'm thinking witchlings for you. What do you think? Hi, R5. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. Cool. Of course, R5. I've got a list going, so I will add you to my list. Let's see. Right now I'm reading for Coat Collector. I've got 1, 2, 3. I got 4 more after Coat Collector, and then I'll do yours. So if you'll hang out with us for a little while, or if you gotta go and come back, that's cool too. I'm just doing like a little 3-card thing, and then anyone that wants a more in-depth reading, I have said you can email me, and the cost is like a minimum $1 donation. There's a link to my PayPal in the description as well. But yeah, that's how we roll. So yeah, here till you fall asleep. Cool. I'm glad you've joined us. This is fabulous. So, Coat Collector, I'm reading Witchlings for you. Love reading for the single Aries lady who just turned 30 a few days ago. You want the Druid deck, Sunshine. Okay. So, Sunshine, you're right after Coat Collector, and I will be glad to read from the Druid deck for you. And happy birthday again. That's awesome. I'm an Aries too, so yeah, I got a special place in my heart for my Aries folks. And what's interesting is sometimes when I'm reading for other people, it resonates for people that I'm not necessarily reading specifically for at that time. So y'all feel free to take what resonates and leave the rest, because I mean, we're in this thing called life together, right? We're here to help each other out. So if something resonates with you and it's not necessarily your reading, that's cool too. Take it and apply it however you see fit. You gotta take care of you, right? Oh, hi, hubby. Glad you're here too. All right, so we have meditation. Meditation will transport you to a place of bliss at any desired time of the day. Nurture. Nurturing your inner child supplies you with innocent joy of living. Opportunity. The world is full of opportunities waiting to be discovered. So, that's our 3 cards for Coat Collector. And Coat Collector, you had questions about health and relationships, which I think everybody has questions about health and relationships, so I'll do my best to apply these. But meditation. Let's read this again. Meditation will transport you to a place of bliss at any desired time of the day. So, if you've watched my channel, you know that I do guided meditations. I haven't recorded one in a long time, and I really need to do another one. But if you think about it, if you think about meditation, think about calming your mind, and think about, maybe a place you've been to that made you feel the most at peace, or where you felt the happiest. Take in all the senses. What did it feel like? What did it smell like? Was it hot? Was it cold? Was it perfect temperature? Nice breeze going? Who were you with? What did you see? Did you see animals? Did you see trees, the sky? What all was going on there? And the more senses you can engage, the more you can kind of transport your mind there. to recreate that good feeling. And by doing so, you help raise your vibration. When you raise your vibration, you're able to help boost your immune system, boost your health, and even kind of create a protective bubble around you, if you will, that kind of helps you fight off, all kinds of, yucky stuff. So that's a good thing as well. And also with meditation, let's say, for example, let's say you've got some right knee pain. Imagine a white ball of healing light going straight to that point of pain and kind of working like a salve or something like that that will help ease the pain and kind of pulls that pain out of that knee joint, for example. That may, it's weird. It's like a mind over matter kind of thing. But if you allow it, allow your mind to go there, allow your mind to become that light on your knee to kind of ease that pain just a little bit, you might notice a change. You might notice a little bit of a shift. And so that's one way you can allow meditation to kind of help you, ease through that. And that can work for any part of the body that, you might have, some pain or you might feel, not so great. And it's amazing how it works. With nurturing your inner child supplies you with the innocent joy of living. Nurture your inner child, whether that's playing games. I guess I don't know how I knew that, but I guess I felt a tingling in my right knee, and that's that's what made me guess that's what it was. I don't know. Or maybe you had mentioned it before, because that's entirely possible and I'd forgotten about it. But with nurturing your inner child, you've got some emotional stuff from way back, from when you were a little kid. Maybe you were bullied, maybe a parent said something ugly to you, or something happened. Nurture that inner child. Be the kind of parent that you feel like you should have had. I'm not trying to blame anybody's parents for anything, but what I'm saying is you can kind of use this meditation to go back in time to when you were a child and heal the hurt that you experienced as a child, and that will help you heal other parts of yourself as an adult. Okay? It sounds kind of crazy, but hey, sometimes the crazier stuff works the best. But that's kind of the feeling I'm getting is, imagine yourself, playing in the woods or, on the swing set or whatever. Imagine yourself as a kid, as a child, enjoying all these things. And that will help raise your vibration as well. And even now, even playing games, telling stories, watch a kids movie, watch Moana, for example, or some lighthearted, kids movie. It will actually help wake up that inner child, and so that you can nurture that inner child. I think that's going to do a lot of good for you as well. And then here we have opportunity. The world is full of opportunities waiting to be discovered. And so so if we're talking about law of attraction, which I do a lot, when you raise your vibration with this meditation and kind of waking up that inner child, that giddiness, that laughter, that fun, that sense of fun and play, even if you're only creating it in your mind, you will attract more opportunities to be the lighthearted one, more opportunities to be the one, the childlike innocence, the childlike sense of fun and adventure, and that lightens the rest of the room. That brings a lot of positivity and light toward other people as well. and so I really feel like the more you do that, the more opportunities there will be to do that more. And that's powerful. That is truly powerful. And I feel like the more you focus on that, the easier things will be for you. Let's see what this rune says for you. And we have this one. And I think I've read this one for someone else as well. That's why I said, some of these may resonate for more than one person, and that's cool too. Has to do with possessions. So it says Fehu, name of this rune, is a rune of fulfillment, ambition satisfied, love shared, rewards received. It promises nourishment from the most worldly to the sacred and the divine. For if the ancient principle, as above, so below, holds true, then we are also here to nourish God. This rune calls for a deep probing of the meaning of profit and gain in your life. Look with care to know whether it is wealth and possessions you require for your well-being, or rather self-rule and the growth of a will. It's kind of like Mama used to say, don't let a wishbone grow where your backbone should be. This rune calls for a deep probing of the meaning of profit and gain in your life. Another concern of Fehu is to conserve what has already been gained. This rune urges vigilance and continual mindfulness. Going back to that meditation, mindfulness. Especially in times of good fortune, for it is then that you are likely to collapse yourself into your success on the one hand or behave recklessly on the other. Enjoy your good fortune and remember to share it, for the mark of the well-nourished self is the ability and willingness to nourish others. So yeah, I think when you do nourish yourself and you do nurture yourself, I think that will make you stronger and in a better place to nourish others as well and to help others as well. And it will bring more opportunities as well. So let's see what this says. See what your charms say. What can I say? I'm charming. I know, terrible joke. It says love. So I feel like you actually have lots of love in your life. You have lots of people that love you and care about you. And it's just a matter of kind of getting things in perspective. I don't think you realize how many lives you touch and how many people you encourage on a day-to-day basis. You've got such a wonderful light within you that you share with people all the time. And I don't think you realize how important that is to so many people. You're a great support person, and going back to this inner child, when you were a kid, it's like you didn't care what people thought so much. You just, you love everybody. And I feel like you're still there, but because of some past hurts and hangups, you're more cautious about it. Let all that go, because the love that you're sending out is coming back to you. And I feel like the more you focus on being love, just being that vibrant, loving person that you are, you're going to attract people of that same high vibration. And so I really feel like that's what's heading your way. I really feel that way. So I hope this was helpful for you, and I wish you all the best. I think this little meditation piece right here is really going to be helpful for you and kind of attract the people, places, and situations that you're trying to attract towards you. So I wish you all the best. Thank you. Next we have Sunshine. Sunshine, you still here? Still here, Sunshine? Yay! All right. Do you have a preference? You said the Druidcraft. That's right. Okay, cool. Get with me for a full reading. Awesome. That will be great. All right. So, Sunshine. We have Druidcraft. Vicky, you are next after Sunshine. Thank y'all for being so patient with these readings. Like I said, if I'm reading for somebody else and that resonates with you, please, take what resonates and leave the rest. Not every reading is going to work for everybody, but if it does, cool, great. Sometimes the message that comes through is for more than one person. So we'll see how this goes. Oh, thank you, Flo. Absolutely, Coat Collector. Thank you. Thank you for letting me read for you. All right, Sunshine. Love reading. Okay. So we've got Queen of Pentacles. We've got Nine of Swords. And the Queen of Cups. No emojis on laptops. Oh, I understand. Alright, Sunshine, so what I'm getting here is, now this may be you or it may be someone that you're dealing with, but you've got the Queen of Pentacles, which is a Taurus or a Virgo or a Capricorn. Oh, thank you, Vicky. Thank you. So you got Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn type of energy, and this is Earth Mama type energy. This person is very down to earth, very nurturing. Definitely get kind of a mothery kind of vibe about this person. Very grounded, very good with money. Likes for things to be nice and neat and pretty. But there's this other person. Now this says Queen of Cups. This could be somebody you're dealing with. It could be another perspective of the Queen of Pentacles. It's hard to say. Completely single, rising sign is Taurus. Well, that makes so much sense. Because you said you're an Aries, but if rising sign is Taurus, that's probably you. And then you got Queen of Cups. So I think you're dealing with trying to overcome some emotional stuff, and that's where this Queen of Cups is coming in. Otherwise, you might be dealing with a Pisces or a Cancer or a Scorpio. But definitely feminine energy here. So I feel like you might be trying to work through some old emotional stuff and trying to kind of be okay with the way things are, and it's kind of a struggle for you. You've got a lot of anxiety here, a lot of worry about stuff, and the thing about it is worrying didn't solve anything. We know this, right? So, but that's kind of what you're trying to work through, is some of this worry and anxiety. You might be having trouble sleeping. You might be having nightmares about all kinds of stuff. But the main thing is to try to get control over that. And sometimes that's easier said than done. But one thing I've found that helps me when I'm feeling anxious, and I used to have really bad anxiety, like really, really bad panic attacks, all that kind of stuff. It helps, especially if like you're feeling dizzy. Take your hands like this, right? Clasp your hands like this. And then look down at your thumbs. Okay? So do your hands like this, like kind of like hands in prayer, kind of. But with your thumbs like that. And just look down at your thumbs. And that kind of helps stop the room from spinning just a little bit. It also helps to focus on your breathing in through the nose and out through the mouth. Each way to the count of 4. It helps slow down your breathing, which helps slow down your heart rate. And that kind of helps physically get that anxiety under control. It may also help to imagine your feet are taking root. I know that sounds crazy, but just close your eyes and imagine your feet are taking root, going down into the earth, deep, deep, deep into the earth. And then you're bringing up positive white light energy up through those roots, up around you, like in a white tornado all around you. Now, what happens when you have a white tornado all around you? Things that don't belong get tossed back out. Things that are coming at you from all sides, if they don't belong, they get tossed right back out. So that may be kind of a good grounding, anti-anxiety kind of visualization you can try. Because I feel like a lot of these emotions you're dealing with and trying to overcome have a lot of anxiety behind them. If you can calm down that anxiety, you can calm down the sadness and the anger and all this other stuff that you got under your belt. Because when you break down emotions, you got mad, sad, glad, and scared. 4 basic emotions: mad, sad, glad, and scared. Right? So if you can get to the root of the mad and the scared, which is usually anxiety, if you get to the root of that and calm that down, then the mad kind of goes away. And you make room for the glad, right? When you can, get this anxiety under control, the sadness and the madness kind of ease up a little bit. So I think that's a good place to start. And again, I talk about law of attraction all the time. Whatever it is you're trying to attract into your life, it's like changing a dial on the radio. So you want to change your energetic vibration just a little bit to align with whatever it is you're trying to attract. And so you might imagine, what is it going to feel like to meet the love of your life? What's it going to feel like to be with that person that completes you and that, that you can have a happy, healthy, loving relationship with? What is that going to feel like? Imagine what that feels like. Don't worry about it not being physically here now, but if you align with that, think about how that feels. Imagine that you feel this way now, and then let it go. The universe will attract it to you. You will be bringing it to you. It may take some time, but when you can align with it, it kind of reduces the obstacles, so to speak. Let's see what. Yay, Coat Collector! I'm glad I can provide some helpful tips. Let's see. There's that one. That's another one that does not have a reverse. Let's see. Defense. says, as we are tested, we fund the power to avert blockage and defeat. At the same time, we develop in ourselves an aversion to the conduct that creates stress in our lives. If there appears to be an obstacle in your path, consider that even a delay may prove beneficial. Do not be overly eager to press forward, for this is not a time or situation in which you can make your influence felt. Patience is the counsel that this rune offers. Nothing hectic, no acting needy, or lusting after a desired outcome. This rune speaks to the difficulties that can arise at the beginning of a new life. Often, it announces a time of waiting, for a spring to fill up with water, for fruit to ripen on the bough. Perseverance and foresight are called for here. The ability to foresee consequences before you act is a mark of the profound person. Avert anticipated difficulties through right action, this rune is saying. And yet, even more than we are doers, we are deciders. Once the decision is clear, the doing becomes effortless. For then the universe supports and empowers our action. Receiving this rune, you are put on notice that through inconvenience and discomfort, growth is promoted. This may well be a trying time. Certainly, it is a meaningful one. So set your house in order, tend to business, be clear, and wait on the will of heaven. Sometimes it's easier said than done. But when you work on you, it will attract people that are vibrating on the same level as you. Let's see what the charms have to say here. It's the owl. Owls are for wisdom, for me, at least for me. Owls have always represented wisdom, and they remind me of my grandmother. And so I feel like, I don't know if your grandmother's still living, but I feel like your grandmother has some wisdom to offer you as well. Even if she's not living. Sometimes those who have passed on visit us in the strangest ways. We might have dreams about them and that kind of thing, but I feel like she's offering you some kind of wisdom. And I don't know how it's going to manifest for you, but it's kind of like that joke where it's like when you're making grandma's recipe or whatever, you just add seasoning until you get this feeling that says, "That's enough, my child." That's kind of the way I'm kind of feeling it for you. There's a sense of peace that comes over you when you think about your grandmas. Even if they've passed away, there's like this, you can kind of feel their presence, and it's like this sense of peace that comes over you that everything's going to be all right. That's kind of the feeling I get. So she's like, don't you worry, you're gonna attract just the right person at just the right time. And it's okay to be single. You have a sense of freedom that you may not have if you are, having other commitments and that kind of thing. So yes, a hug from beyond, as Wickawu says. I definitely feel that. So I hope this was helpful for you, and I hope, I wish you all the best. But yes, I feel like this sense of peace is going to come with all of this, that because you're doing some inner work on yourself, and that is powerful. That is extremely powerful. And so yes, I definitely wish you all the best with that. Start a cooking page. Awesome. That's fantastic. I love to cook. I love to cook. If you follow me on Instagram or whatever, yeah, you'll see it. Hey, Champagne, what's up? So, let's see. Thank you, Sunshine. Thank you for letting me read for you. I've enjoyed it. Vicky, you are next. So, Vicky, what deck would you like for me to read from? Any preferences? right, Champagne. Let's see. I'm working on Vicky now, and so after Vicky, I've got 3 more ahead of you. Is that cool? I'll put you on the list. Champagne C. I got you on the list. Alright, so Vicky, we got Druidcraft, which I just read. We've got Witchlings. We've got Bob Ross. Black Moon Astrology. Moonology. Gentle Wisdom of the Fairy Realms. And Fairy Ring. Cool. Thanks, Champagne. So, Vicky, did you have a preference on which cards you wanted me to read? Moonology. Cool. I like Moonology. For now. Finally, not a reader with Romance Angels or any of the usual decks. You know, I thought about ordering the Romance Angels, but and I can see why people use the Romance Angels, but they don't vibe with me for some reason. I can't get into them. I mean, it's cool when other people read them, but it's just not me. I'm so sorry. If you like the Romance Angels, awesome. But they just every time I think about getting the Romance Angel deck, I'm just like, nah. Hecate, welcome. Glad you're here. Popping in to say hello and hit the thumb. Hope all are well, taking care of self. Of course, always. Thank you so much for joining us. You are awesome. Hope you're doing let me get my words right. Hope you're doing well as well, Hecate. I'm a reader too, that's why I say that, because spirituality isn't all rainbows and butterflies. Just saying. You're absolutely right, Champagne. You're absolutely right. It's not all rainbows and butterflies. You know, some of us got some heavy stuff we're dealing with, you know. Truth. I mean, that's why we do what we do, you know. Sometimes I prefer to do a little bit of a lighter reading if things get real heavy, because, I mean, we all need a little bit of light, too, to balance things out. But by the same token, we're here to find the truth. And work through some stuff, and so if that means we got to embrace some darkness to get through it, let's do it. You know, I'm not afraid to speak to our shadow side, because that's, you know, that serves a purpose as well. So anyway, before I get off on a tangent, Vicky, we got this moonology going on. Says, waxing moon, the energy is gaining momentum. Full moon, surrender to the divine. And full moon in Taurus, your dreams need a practical plan. So energy is gaining momentum, surrender to the divine. Your dreams need a practical plan. Can't use Romance Angels either. Yeah, it's just, it kind of I don't know if it's just the word romance that just kind of makes it ish for me, but it's like when you're watching late night TV and you see those infomercials for the, you know, the romance albums, the, you know, love songs. It's just like, ew, no. Bleh. I can't. I cannot. I'm sorry. I cannot. Aw, thank you, Champagne. Vicky's a Taurus. Cool. Well, that makes sense. That your dreams need a practical plan with a new moon in Taurus. Yay! 35 likes. Thank y'all so much. Y'all are awesome. So yeah, as a Taurus, you tend to plan things out, in a systematic way. You like to have everything in its place and every place in its thing. I mean, everything has a place and every place has its thing. You know what I mean. And so if things are kind of chaotic and clustered, you're just like, ugh, I cannot. And so you have to, go to that Zen place, find your happy place, make sense of it. Might have to tweak it a little bit, but that's kind of how you have to do, Vicky, is get that everything in order kind of thing, and to get your to reach your goals, you kind of have to have a practical plan to get there. It's like, now, that being said, when we're doing some law of attraction stuff, it helps to not focus on how it's going to manifest, because if you get too caught up in the how, it kind of undermines the flow of things. But by the same token, okay, if I'm going to set my house in order, for example, I'm going to start with the kitchen. I'm going to make sure, all the dishes are done. I'm going to make sure that, dishes are put away, countertops are cleaned off, things that don't belong in the kitchen get taken to where they're supposed to be, etc. Practical plan number 1. Then I'm going to move to the living room, and the living room has all kinds of things that belong in all these other rooms. So I'm going to, have like 3 laundry bins. Okay, this goes in the upstairs bedroom, and this goes in the bathroom, and this goes in wherever, so on and so forth. And so that's how you kind of systematically put things in place to reach your goal. But also, surrender to the divine. Remember that you don't always have control over everything. And that's when it's like, okay, yeah, you have your plan in place, but you got to be flexible too. Because sometimes the divine has other plans. Most of the time, the divine has other plans. So, yeah. Hecate says, I'm loving the Santa Muerte tarot, and Oracle decks just got Spanish tarot. Ooh, that's exciting. I'm trying to improve my Spanish. My Spanish is lacking, and it's affecting my work, because I have some Spanish speaking patients at work that, I wish I could communicate more effectively with them. So that's part of my working on me kind of thing. Let's see. Not use any romantic sexual energy. I don't either, Hecate. I don't like it. It doesn't vibe with me. Sorry, I have to adjust here. It doesn't really vibe with me at all. I'll do romance readings, but it's from more of a practical, technical term, and not so much on, because that intensity just kind of, it messes with me. And maybe that's something with me that I need to do some inner work on. I probably do need to do some inner work if something is that triggering for me, but I can't work with those. Sorry. For those who would like, more of a romance angels kind of vibe, there are plenty of other readers that will use romance angels, and I wish you all the best with that. But that's not Mrs. B. No. So anyway, looking about catching up on VRs for the tarot community. Awesome. Let's see. And so also, Vicky, the energy is gaining momentum. So by putting your plan in place and trusting the divine and letting the divine work through you, because I feel like that's what you're doing. It's like, yes, you've got your plan in place, and you're allowing the divine put their hand in it as well, and just trusting that process. By doing so, it's gaining momentum. And so by the time you finish whatever it is you're working toward, it's going to be awesome, and it's going to be fast. It's happening much faster than you anticipated. And so you may have to shift gears a little bit, because it's like, well, yeah, I did want this, but dang, I didn't expect it to happen tomorrow, you know? So, but it's definitely, gaining momentum. It's building up. I don't know what it is you're working on, but I have a good positive feeling about it. And whatever happens, it may be overwhelming at first. And when you're like, oh shoot, I got all this going on, and yeah, I asked for it, but dang, I meant like in a month, not tomorrow. But you're able to handle it with grace and style and beauty. It's gonna be great. Trust yourself, trust your intuition, because definitely the divine is working through you to accomplish your goals. And in accomplishing your goals, you are actually helping other people, more so than you realize. So, let's see what your runes say. We've got this one again. Lots of people have gotten this rune tonight. Lots of people have gotten this rune. And this is the rune of standstill. But you might have felt like things were at a standstill, but I think things are moving forward now. Oh, you speak French, Hecate? Cool. I speak a little bit of French too. Not much. I speak more Spanish than French. But I learned a lot of French when I was like in 3rd grade, because we had an awesome French teacher. But anyway, Vicky, this says, the winter of the spiritual life is upon you. You may find yourself entangled in a situation to whose implications you are, in effect, blind. You may feel powerless to do anything except submit, surrender, even sacrifice some long-cherished desire. Be patient, for this is the period of gestation that precedes a rebirth. So it might be, things might have felt stuck for a while, and then all of a sudden they're moving. You're like, oh goodness, this is a lot faster than I thought it was going to be. That's kind of the feeling I'm getting. Trying to hold on can result in shallowness of feeling, sense of being out of touch with life. Seek to discover what it is you're holding on to that perpetuates this condition, and let go. Now that's easier said than done, especially if you have a need for control. And if you're a Taurus, yes, you have a need for control. So letting go of that need for control in a weird way is actually very empowering. You cannot hope to rely on help or friendly support, and yet there's no reason for anxiety. Submit and be still. Just let go. For what you're experiencing is not necessarily the result of your actions or habits, but rather arises from conditions which you can't do anything about. It's kind of like this serenity prayer, keep in mind what you can control and what you can't, and the wisdom know the difference, that kind of thing. And yet there's another phase to standstill. Just as winter is a time for going within, drawing this can announce a time of restoration and renewal at the deepest level. So you may need to take this time to kind of chill and reflect, focus on you, and then go back at it. Could be. Remain mindful that the seed of the new is present in the shell of the old, the seed of unrealized potential, the seed of the good. Trust your own process and watch for signs of spring. So it sounds like you got this. You just got to trust the universe, trust the process, and it's all going to work out. It's all going to work out fine. I really feel like it is. Probably better than you could have ever imagined. Moonology cards are cool. I have some playing cards that use the planets and constellations. Cool. All right, Vicky, we got see what your charms say. And it's the elephant. Now, to me, elephants are always good luck. And elephants remind me of my grandmother because that was her power animal. She loved elephants. She had elephant print stuff. She had elephant jewelry. She had elephants everywhere. And it's a sign um, of strength and perseverance and thoughtfulness, and I think that's where your strength lies, is in that perseverance. Even if you have to stand still, that spirit of it's gonna work out. I'm gonna stick with it to the end. That's what's holding it together, I think. So definitely got that perseverance going, and you've got that firm foundation for whatever it is you're after, and I think that's gonna help in the long run as well. So I hope this was helpful for you, and I wish you all the best. You get elephants all the time? That's cool. I think it's a sign. I really do. I think, that synchronicity is, I think they're telling you something. So definitely trust it. Hecate. Speak a little German too, not so much now. Plus a wee bit of Arabic. Not much anymore. 35 years ago since being in Saudi Arabia. Wow. Oh, you're welcome, Vicky. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. All right. Next, I've got Wickawoo. Wickawoo, you still with us? Of course you are. What flavor card would you like, Wickawoo? Thank you, Vicky. Thank you so much for joining us, and let me read for you. Like I said, I wish you all the best. Witchlings, yay! Alright. Before I do witchlings, I gotta go take care of something right quick. I'll be right back. Hi, I'm back. Hi, Miss Amanda. Welcome. Aw, I'm glad you liked the Charms, Hecate. I actually got my inspiration from Charmed Intuition Tarot. She's fabulous. If y'all ever, get curious or whatever, go visit her. She's pretty awesome. She does a lot of stuff with charms, and she's got a whole. She has so many more charms than I do, but she's really very talented. So if you want to check her out, she's pretty cool. All right, so what did we say were witchlings? Yes. Sorry, my little ADD brain just went. So anyway, thank you for bearing with me. Yeah, since they made you all lightheaded, might as well hear Melody. Of course. It's like, if they make you lightheaded, they must have something to say. It must be good. Let's find out. Okay, now I'm lightheaded. Why'd you do that, Wickawoo? Come on. Uh-oh, forgot to make coffee. Can't be having that now. I'm still drinking my double green tea here. I felt the need for some zen in my life, so you know. Okay, so we have opportunity. The world is full of opportunities waiting to be discovered. We have enthusiasm. Life is always brighter when you wake up each day with the spirit of enthusiasm. I'll say. Motivation. Motivation kindles the passion and energy needed in working toward your goals. So, we've got opportunity, we've got enthusiasm, and motivation. So, what you trying to do, Wickawoo? It sounds like you're seeing lots of different options and opportunities to do different things. So first of all, you're having trouble deciding which one you're wanting to do. And then you've got all this enthusiasm. So you're wanting to go full force on everything all at once. And you've got this motivation to do all the things. It's just a matter of sorting out when and how is kind of the gist of the thing. And so motivation has never really been a problem for you. And when it does become a problem for you, like when you're like, ugh, I'm so not feeling this today, listen to that because there's a reason for it. Maybe it's not the right time. Maybe it's not quite the right direction to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. So nothing's wrong with the intention. It's just methods of how to get there might be a little bit off, and that's okay too. Definitely go with your intuition. Your enthusiasm is definitely going to attract the opportunities that you're seeking. And it's like the more you think about it, and it's kind of like if you think about a yellow car, for example, and you're out driving, how many yellow cars are you going to see? Probably more than you would have seen otherwise if you hadn't been thinking about a yellow car. So it's kind of like, you know, it's what you pay attention to that kind of foster that synchronicity. So I'm definitely getting lots of enthusiasm and lots of different projects you're wanting to do and different directions you're wanting to go, and you've got the motivation to do all of it. It's just how are we going to make this happen? How are we going to make the thing flow together and make the machine work is kind of the general feeling I'm getting. Let's see what your runes say. Focus part is an issue. Yeah, it's like, how many unfinished projects do you have laying around the house? I have several myself. Got this rune. Have you all noticed the same runes keep coming up? I keep drawing the same runes, and I'm just drawing out of this bag, okay? And I shuffle them like I do this whole number, right? And I keep pulling repetitive runes. It's very interesting. But let's see what this one says. Journey. Just a small town girl. Anyway. This rune is concerned with communication, with the attunement of something that has two sides, two elements, and with the ultimate union that comes at the end of the journey when what is above and what is below are united and of one mind. It kind of reminds me of this thing I read where you've got your right hand that has to do with the physical, or no wait, your right hand has to do with your mind and your left hand has to do with your heart. And when you put them in prayer position, you're bringing the two together. Does that make sense? And so when you do that, heart and mind are joined as one, or mind and spirit, however you want to look at it, are joined as one, and that creates that union so that prayer can be lifted up. Does that make sense? It's something weird. It came to mind. I felt like I had to say it. But this union of above and below coming together, heaven and earth coming together, to put forth the will of heaven, or however you want to call it, the divine process. You know what I mean. Inner worth mounts here, and at such time you are not intended to rely entirely upon your own power. Instead, ask what constitutes right action. Ask through prayer or meditation, through addressing the witness self, the teacher within. Once you are clear, you can neutralize your refusal to let right action flow through you. So once you're thinking clearly, once you're aligned with spirit, it breaks down a lot of obstacles and a lot of resistance that you might have had before. Not intent on movement, be content to wait. While you wait, keep on removing resistances. As the obstructions give way, all remorse arising from trying to make things happen disappears. The journey is towards self-healing, self-change, and union. You are concerned here with nothing less than unobstructed, perfect union. But the union of heaven and earth cannot be forced. Regulate any recesses in your life. Material advantages must not weigh heavily on this journey of the self toward the self. Stand apart even from like-minded others. The notion of strength in numbers does not apply at such a time, for this part of the journey, the soul's journey, cannot be shared. Another of the cycle runes, this rune carries within its form the rune of joy, for now the end is in sight. You are no longer burdened by what you've left behind. Heaven above you and earth below you unite within you to support you on your way. A simple prayer for the soul's journey is, I will to will thy will. Such a prayer of intention is proper on any occasion and is particularly appropriate as a preamble to healing. So, that being said, let's see what charms we got here. We have an angel's wing. So, again, it makes me think of prayers going to heaven on angel's wings. That's kind of the feeling I get is it has to do with prayer and meditation and aligning with what you're meant to do is kind of the feeling I'm getting, and you know, and the will to carry that out, walking in your power, you know, living your purpose, that kind of thing. So I think part of that is going to be, I don't know if you're a list person, but I'm definitely a list person. And with all this, you're kind of scattered with all these different opportunities and motivation and everything. It's like you want to do 1,000 different things, but you can only do one thing at a time. And so what would help me, if I were in your shoes, is make a list and just start checking stuff off the list as they get done. I think that might help you focus your energy a little bit better so that you're not leaving projects half finished. And I feel like that might be one step in the right direction. Try it. If it doesn't work for you, discard it and find something different. But that may be a starting point anyway. Find repeating cards, runes, etc. with energy within chat. Notice that with fairs, expos, etc. Collective energy. Definitely collective energy. Lots of synchronicity here. Lots of people are going through very similar things, I find. And yet the same runes might be might mean something different, or the same cards might mean something different to different people. And it's fascinating to see how it plays out. So anyway, Wickawoo, thanks for letting me read for you. I hope this was helpful, and I wish you all the best with that. And let me know how it works out for you. Alrighty, moving on to Flowback. Flowback, you still with us, dear? Do you have a preference for which deck of cards I use? I can use the Witchlings cards that I just read, or I can do the Bob Ross playing cards, or I can do the Moonology cards, or the Druidcraft tarot cards. Oh, you're welcome, Wickawoo. Thank you for letting me read for you. Or I can do the Fairy Ring, or I can do the Black Moon Astrology. Flowback, do you have any preference as to which deck I should read for you? The Fairy Ring, cool. That's another one I've read with for a long time. And, oops, I bumped my camera, I'm so sorry. So Flo, the back of these cards are like a green marbly kind of configuration with two gold rings interlocking together, and hence the name the Fairy Rings. And so I'm going to shuffle these cards for you. We had a flying one. The one that fell out was the Fire Drake, and it shows this little orange dragon blowing fire beside a fireplace, and the border is a lot of flowers around it because it's the summer court, and so the summer court shows lots of flowers around the image. So we got two more cards to pull from this deck. One thing I learned from reading the Fairy Ring is not all fairies have wings. Some of them are, more kind of humanoid in a way. Some of them might be dwarves. Some of them might be, just little like house elves. Could be different things, leprechauns, stuff like that. So relaxed, nearly forgot the time. Better get my coloring in books sorted, off bookshelf, etc. Take care. Well, thank you, Hecate. Thanks for stopping by. And you take care as well. Hugs to all, of course. Thank you. We'll see you next time, Hecate. Alright, Flo, the next card we have is Spriggan, and it shows these little green men running around in the grass, and the border around that is is autumn leaves, because this is the autumn court. And then the third card is the Sea Mither, or the Sea Mother, and it shows a lady that is pouring out a conch seashell, and she's pouring fish out of it. into the ocean, and there's a lighthouse in the background, and there are green leaves all around, signifying that this is the spring court. So that being said, and I may have to refer to my book on this one, so if I do, just bear with me. But so with the fire drake, this is an ace, which is the beginning. It's a new beginning of sorts. And it has, I feel like it's kind of a new perspective on things, almost like a new spiritual renewal for you. You're feeling really excited about something, and it's really taking up a lot of your time and energy, and you're really excited about this new beginning and things blossoming and things doing good for you. And then you've got the Spriggan, and the thing about Spriggan is you may be dealing with some people that aren't very trustworthy. So be careful who you trust and who you deal with, Flo, because not everybody is going to have your best interest at heart. Protect what's important to you. And I feel like by doing so, you'll be able to be more successful in this thing that you're doing that's so exciting for you. And then also, you've got the Sea Mother, and I feel like the Sea Mother might be a mother figure for you, or someone that kind of nurtures you, or it may be you. You may be the one nurturing somebody and providing support and love to them. Especially if they're going through some hard times, you're kind of that person that softens the situation and makes it easier for them to work through, especially on an emotional level. You're definitely a good support person and a good friend, and I feel like you put your heart and soul into everything that you do, and that's what makes it so valuable. But like I said, be careful who you're dealing with, because they may not have your best interest at heart, and you could get your feelings hurt really bad if you put your trust in the wrong person or the wrong thing. So just be cautious. But if somebody says or does something hurtful, remember that that's them, and that's not a reflection on you. It's everybody's got to take responsibility for their own actions. And so if somebody says something against you, that says more about them than it does you, really. So you've definitely got your supports out here, and we're rooting for you, and whatever it is that you're doing that you're excited for, we're excited for you as well. So I feel like this little person that isn't doing right by you, don't pay them any mind, because they're gonna get what's coming to them. So don't worry about them too much. You just keep doing you, and you've got our support for sure. And like I said, you're a good friend and a good support person, and I'm happy that you're here with us in our community. And I feel like the things that you're moving toward, you're passionate about, and I think that's going to get you far with what you're trying to do. Let's see what this rune says for you. So this rune, it looks like a greater than symbol. No, it looks like a less than symbol, the way it's turned. See, it looks like, kind of looks like Pac-Man without the circle around his mouth. Does that make sense? So let's see what that means. Opening. I could see how it could be like an open mouth, like an alligator's open mouth. It's kind of the feeling I get from it. Let's see what it reminds me of anyway. Opening. Fire. It relates to fire. And we said we had the fire drake or the fire dragon earlier. So this is the rune of opening and renewed clarity, of dispelling the darkness that has been shrouding some part of your life. You are free now both to receive gifts and to know the joy of non-attached giving. Kano is the rune for the morning of activities, for seriousness, clear intent, and concentration, all of which are essential at the beginning of any endeavor. One of the 13 cycle runes, the protection offered by Kanu is this: the more light you have, the better you can see what is trivial and outmoded in your own conditioning. In relationships, there can now be a mutual opening up, which you may trigger and set in motion through your awareness that the light of understanding is once again available to you both. Recognize that while on the one hand you are limited and dependent, on the other you exist at the perfect center where the harmonious and beneficent forces of the universe merge and radiate. You are that center. Simply put, if you have been operating in the dark, there is now enough light to see that the patient on the operating table is yourself. Okay, that's a metaphor. But basically, you're coming to a new understanding of things now that you didn't have before, and it's sparking growth within you, and it's allowing you to understand things that maybe you didn't understand before. So I really feel like this is a good rune for you to get as you're learning more and growing more. You're able to do more things and help more people. You're able to touch more lives, and I think that's an excellent rune to get. Let's see what your charms say. And it's the globe, or the earth. And so what that tells me, the earth, is that you're very grounded, and you're very, you have a nice firm foundation, but you're also thinking globally. You're not thinking just about you, yourself, and the people in your circle. You're thinking about people all over the world and what everybody in the world is going through and dealing with. And you're kind of focusing on how, even though you may be one person, you're able to touch so many lives across the globe. I mean, all over the world. If you're on YouTube, and you are, you have a platform where you can reach people in other countries, in other parts of the world, that need to hear your story, that need your light and your kindness and your friendship and your support. And so I feel like you're in an excellent position where you can do that, and people want to hear your story. And I think you're in a good spot to do that and to harness that gift that you've been given. So Flo, I hope this was helpful for you, and I wish you all the best. Let's see, next we have R5. R5, you're still with us. Yay. Thank you for letting me read for you, Flo. I always enjoy reading, and I don't think I'd read for you before. So again, I hope it was helpful, and I wish you all the best. Thank you again. R5, oh, you're quite welcome, Flo. R5, do you have, just in time, I woke up. That's great. Do you have a preference? You want me to pick the deck? Okay. I'm actually kind of feeling Bob Ross for you. What do you think? Think the Bob Ross deck would be good? For some reason, he was like, pick me, pick me. You're trusting me? Okay. Well, feel like Bob Ross has something to say to you. So we'll just see what Bob Ross has to say. Of course, right one always speaks to me. And these are like the smallest cards I have. Happy trees with their little friends. Yes, absolutely. And like I said, some of you maybe, some of these readings may resonate for more than one person, more than just the person I'm reading for. And if that's true, take what resonates and leave the rest behind, because, I'm here to help. And I think a lot of us collectively are going through similar things, or at least, similar things are being brought to our attention. And so, sometimes what's good for the goose is good for the gander, as they say. So hopefully this will help. So we've got the Ten of Swords, or Ten of Spades, as it were. Use absolutely no pressure, just like an angel's wing. Okay. We've got the Four of Diamonds, or the Four of Pentacles, as it were. That's a crooked tree. We will send him to Washington. That card always makes me laugh. Always, always. And then we have the Nine of Clubs, or the Nine of Wands. It says, these things live right in your brush. All you have to do is shake them out. Whew. So, R5, you got some heavy stuff going on, darling? Just blanket statement there. Ten of Swords, you've been feeling stabbed in the back. In the traditional tarot cards, the Ten of Swords shows a man laying on the ground with 10 swords stuck in his back. Not a good feeling. But, and you may have been feeling overwhelmed and beat down and all these horrible things, but it's the completion of a cycle, first of all. Name of my game. Yeah. But this is completing a cycle. This is an ending. This suffering is coming to an end. You know how they say it's always darkest before the dawn? That's kind of where you're at with this. The hard part's over. This is the hard part. The hard part is coming to an end, and brighter days are coming. Better is coming. Healing is coming. But just this tough time right now, it hurts. It's very painful. But stick with it. You got this. And then also with the Four of Pentacles, this is going to sound weird, but I have to say it this way. You've been blessed with an opportunity to save money. However that means for you. So even though this situation might be painful for you, look at it a different way. Change your perspective just a little bit. Shift the paradigm a little bit. Yeah, you may be limited in some ways. You may be feeling a certain type of way. You may be feeling let down by other people. But by the same token, you have this opportunity to go inward and reflect. And also, you've got this opportunity to save money, manage money. It has something to do with financial stuff. Maybe there's some financial gain, but you want to put it in savings. You don't want to spend it right away. And that's going to help you through this hard time as well. But definitely some stability there, and that's always a good thing to have. But it says that's a crooked tree. We will send him to Washington. And that always makes me laugh, because it's kind of like a political, what do you call it? Nudge. I don't even know what to say. So you may want to be careful about some crooked people that may not have your best interest at heart as well. Um, don't just. I don't mean this the way it's going to sound, but I kind of do. Don't just be throwing your money away at anybody and everybody that asks for it, because not everybody needs it like they say they do. Some people might just be seeing how far they can get with you, seeing how they can swindle you, that kind of thing. So be careful. Be careful who you trust. And like I said, you want to save your money for stuff that you need, because you are going to need it later. So don't be, just throwing money at other people because, you feel bad for them or whatever, because you got to take care of you first. Okay. And you tend to find out who your friends are when you're going through something like that, So keep your friends close, and the rest of that. And protect yourself and protect your assets is what this is telling me. And then we've got the 9 of Clubs, also known as the 9 of Wands. It says these things live right in your brush. All you have to do is shake them out. And so with the 9 of Wands, you'll see somebody with all these wands, built up. And so it's about protecting yourself and not letting your guard down just yet. This card is kind of insinuating that you might want to let your guard down, but here's the thing. You're the wounded warrior that is also still trying to serve, honor, and protect. You've been hurt yourself, and you're trying to protect other people as well. Whether that's sounding the alarm, getting the word out, hey, this person did me wrong, you need to be careful dealing with this person because they may not have your best interest at heart, kind of thing, is kind of the feeling I'm getting on this one. Not necessarily trying to bash anybody, but just putting that word of caution out there for other people, because you don't want other people to deal with this pain that you've had to deal with. And granted, everybody's got a different lesson to learn from every situation, but that's kind of the vibe I'm getting. And all these cards just went in the floor. I'll pick them up in a minute. Let's see. Pulling your rune. That's a different one. Let's see. And that one is Gateway. Not the tire company. Place of non-action. But it's reversed. It says a quickening of your development is indicated here. Yet even in times of accelerated growth, you will have reason to halt along the way, to reconsider the old, to integrate the new. Take advantage of these halts. If you are undergoing difficulties, remember, the nature of your passage depends upon the quality of your attitude, the clarity of your intention, and the steadfastness of your will. Be certain that you are not suffering over your suffering. So, yeah, somebody did you wrong, and yeah, it hurt a lot, but don't dwell on that. There's a way to heal from it and let it go, okay? Drawing this rune reverse demands contemplation on your part. Hasty decisions at this time may cause regrets, for the probability is that you will act from weakness, deceive yourself about your motives, and create new problems more severe than those you are attempting to resolve. Impulses must be tempered by thought for your corrective procedure. Do not attempt to go beyond where you haven't yet begun. Be still, collect yourself, and wait on the will of heaven. So don't do anything hasty, basically, is what it's saying. Don't act hastily, just take a moment, reflect. And you may have to let bygones be bygones and let things go. And that's going to take a huge effort on your part because it does hurt. But again, go within. And you may want to think about how this relates to something in the past that's happened to you, because this is not the first time you've been hurt. And this may even relate to something from childhood that you haven't quite worked through yet. And so, like I was saying before with another reading, you might want to do some meditation, go back into, imagine you're a child again, whatever that painful situation was. Try to reframe it to where it's not so painful, and that you were the person that you needed at that time to heal that piece of it, and then go back and think about this again and try to heal that piece of it, and that will help. But try not to act too hastily or no knee-jerk reactions and all this other, because that's not going to be helpful for you in the end. And basically you have this protection within you. You have the power within you to protect yourself and others. Like I said, all you gotta do is shake it out. But you definitely have that power within yourself. Whee! Sorry, that was a little intense. But I feel like it needed to be said. And then we've got your charms. And this charm this charm is a heart with a compass. I don't know if you can see. It's a heart with a compass, and it says yes, no, or maybe. So, and then the back of it says to. Trying to show you. See? Yes, no, or maybe. So you may feel like you don't know which way is up. And you may feel like, this is like a spinner, right? And you flick it and it spins and it'll land on yes, no, or maybe. And that may be kind of where you are at the moment. You may be feeling undecided about some things. But listen to your intuition. Listen to your inner guidance. Don't act hastily. Focus on healing yourself, and that will help you not only heal yourself, but other people as well, and it will help you protect yourself a little better in the future too. Funny bringing up childhood. I don't know why childhood is coming up. I guess lots of people are dealing with some inner child stuff today, or here lately. So, but yeah, there's some childhood stuff that is underlying a lot of this lesson that you're having to learn now. I feel like we go through cycles. Like, if we didn't learn the cycle, or we didn't learn the lesson the first time it came around, the lesson gets harder and harder each time until we finally learn it. And sometimes it can be a very painful lesson. But once we learn that lesson and move on, we don't have to learn that lesson again, because we've learned it and we've moved on. So take that for what it's worth. I hope this was helpful. I wish you all the best. I hope whatever this is, I hope you're able to resolve it, and of course, you have my best wishes, absolutely. So thank you for letting me read for you. I hope it was helpful, and I'll move on to the next one. And like I said before, if anybody wants a more in-depth reading, email me at tarotandteawithmrsb@gmail.com. I've got my email in the description, and I'll be glad to do a more in-depth reading. The minimum is a $1 donation. My PayPal is linked in the description as well. So So yeah, if y'all are interested, email me and we can make it happen. All right, thank you, R5. All right, champagne. Streamlabs donations. Yes. Yes, backseat. Dark Moon card, champagne, yes. Dark Moon astrology. Give Bob Ross a little shuffle. Right click. I keep hearing somebody in the hallway. It's probably Sean. Let's see. Good night, Cammy. I'm glad I was glad I could help you. Wish you all the best. Have a good night. See you next time. Oh, it was our dog. Probably. Sean would know. Alright. So, I think my Dark Moon Lilith is impacting me big time, so I want to see what she's up to. Alrighty. Let's see what Dark Moon has for you. So we've got Earth Element, Stability. We've got Saturn Return, Age. And Third House, Messages. Like I said, it's been a minute since I've read these, so I'm going to refer to the book on these. Hope you don't mind. So we've got the Earth Element, Stability. So Thomas Merton says, every moment and every event of every man's life on earth plants something in his soul. Now is the time to draw upon your strength. Think of yourself as solid and sure as a rooted tree. You are firm. Nothing can knock you out of your spot. Earth is the element of the signs Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. You might be a Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn, or might be dealing with somebody who is. These are the signs that keep us centered, but more aptly fastened to the ground. Our spirits become stable, our souls deepen under the influence of Earth. The Earth element reminds us that we are engaged in the five senses. Our dreams become manifest in what is real, not what is imagined. Earth is the element of practicality and wisdom. And she's placed in my Virgo along with my Virgo moon. Oh my! Well, did have Saturn in return. My Saturn is in Sagittarius, third house. Yeah, that's a lot. Earth tells us to take our time. There doesn't need to be a rush. We can achieve what we want while going through methodical steps. It all depends on how determined and measured we are, how strong and self-assured. The Earth Element card is about finding meaning in the physical world, living free among nature, being animal and also human. The warning here is not to become stubborn. Allow others to be who they are. It is not time for rushing or criticism. When this card comes up in a reading, it can indicate that matters are becoming rock solid and sure, or it can mean you have to prove yourself in some tangible way at this time or very soon. Yes, and South Node and Mercury and all 12th house. So accurate. Wow. The Earth Element card is about being practical and landing on your feet. You will want to look out for stubbornness at present, either in yourself or others. This can indicate being fixed in your views and not willing to try something new. It implies you may not feel it is time to change your ways or your course. However, action is needed. It is time to stop plotting and let go of your fears. This card is about building blocks, building a home, or building a foundation for your life. In this way, you're finding a master plan and what works. This card also solidifies the focus of your reading. It's a good omen because it means you're constructing a solid base that will last. It is also about duty and being measured in all that you do. It also denotes standing fast for your truth. All right, good night, R5. Glad you were able to make it. Glad you stayed and hung out with us. And thank you for letting me read for you. But have a good night. Have a good night, R5. We'll see you next time. The Earth Element card is also a sensual card, having to do with appetites where sexual need and expression are concerned, and this may have some relevance to your question. At worst, this card can represent hoarding and not being able to let go of things. Materialism may play into this. It may indicate working for tomorrow while not living in the present. So you're encouraged to relax, take a break, and return to the garden. It is not time to rush things. Patience is needed to get where you want to be, and a mad rush would cause your tower to collapse. Remember, the foundation must be solid. Your happiness is dependent upon this structure, and that means matters will likely progress at a slow pace, with maybe a few steps back before you eventually get there. The Earth Element card says, this matter is essential, so you want it to last. And we all know about essential these days, right? So, yeah, you want to work on a solid foundation so that things don't collapse on you, right? And then we've got Saturn return, age. So let's see what Saturn return has to say. Andy Warhol says, they always say time changes things, but you actually have to change them yourself. True. Saturn, as the lord of karma, shatters all illusions. It takes approximately 29 years for Saturn to orbit the sun. So the first Saturn return happens around the age of 29. It marks a period where childish things must be put away. There is no more getting ready to live your life. It is time to live it and be responsible for your own dreams, goals, and affairs. If you hold on to things with no basis in reality, your suffering will grow and depression may follow. You cannot escape this truth-seeking energy. You must face it. The second Saturn return occurs around age 60, when you become aware of your own mortality. You may become keenly aware that you may not have enough time left to achieve your goals. Often there is a paring away of what is not essential. Yes, 31 now, and it's been 2 years of my awakening spiritual path. Yeah, I feel that. When this card is drawn, it will feel as if nothing goes right for you, and you may feel very discouraged. Just as it seems things are progressing, there are obstacles. What this truly is Saturn showing you a part of your life that may not have been based upon anything real. It may have outlived its purpose, or perhaps you've misjudged a situation, thinking it better than it was. In truth, and Saturn is the planet of truth, Saturn returns are all about correction. Saturn corrects any area which isn't based on reality. It might be romance, business deals, educational paths, partnerships, or marriage. This card is pointing something out to you that may not have been genuine in the first place, and it should probably be let go. Whatever is shaky in your life won't last and probably isn't meant to. If this card is drawn, you will not be given a pass, and the matter in question will not progress as easily as you might want it to. But more positively, this marks a time when things are solidified. Whatever you accomplish currently will have permanence to it. You will have worked hard, and your hard work will pay off gradually, growing more successful over time. Oh yeah, karmic relationship from past life. Yeah, closed karmic cycle out recently. Good for you. Good for you. It was time, and I felt that too. You may feel a sense of time running out. If any partnership is now being formed, that lover or partner may be older or in better standing than you. Pessimism may figure in, and you may be compelled to give up on something you believe in dearly. Saturn is the planet of time and measure, and signifies hair turning gray or skeletal bones or problems. Dental problems are common with this transit. Saturn returns tend to bring on rough passages, but also a harvest. You are now at a time when you understand things better than you did even a year ago. It is time to be brave and face this important passage. There are no quick fixes when this card turns up. Know what you can and cannot do. Take life in a measured way, much like this planet of time already does. Let go of your illusions, for they do not serve you. You're down to the brass tacks now. Time to see what you are made of. Wow. I have no idea what this is pertaining to. I'm just reading to you what is coming up. But yeah, I feel like things are solidifying for you. You're coming to the realization of some things that even a year ago you didn't even imagine. And now it's just like things are coming at you faster now. And it's just like, whoa, I realize this now. Whoa, I realize this now. Whoa, I realize this now. And then next thing you know, it's like, whoa, I've been through some stuff, man. It's kind of the feeling I'm getting. All right, and then you got the third house, messages. Messages, third house. 10. Ray Bradbury said, You must stay drunk on writing so reality cannot destroy you. Words have power. I've been saying this for years. Words have power. And it's true, so be careful what you say. Now is the time to get your point across. With this card, you may also get a clearer direction in the way to proceed. The third house also represents neighborhoods and siblings. The third house is the area of astrological chart that reveals how we think, speak, and communicate. It signifies our need to know and demonstrates how we put our concepts and thoughts into words. You're in search of answers and in need of unlocking mysteries, but your mind is agile and you're able to grasp every detail right now. You may wish to express this mental suppleness through writing, speaking, and researching subject matter, which has always intrigued you. Libraries call to you. You may suddenly wake up with an idea that could turn out to be very lucrative. You may even be toying with the idea of writing a book, starting a blog, perhaps a screenplay, or a position at a local news media outlet. There couldn't be a better time than now. Alyssa, hi, welcome. Hi from the Philippines, awesome. Sure, ask away. Miriam, hi. As well as a dreamy or imaginative writing and poetry, the third house also represents dexterity, swiftness, curiosity, and figuring out the mechanisms of what makes things work. So this could mean expressing yourself about something rather technical. Does that card have the Eye of Taurus? Yes, it does. Right here. Eye of Horus. Sure does. And also, it does in the book too. So that's important. What's coming toward me and Martin? Well, Alyssa, would you like me to do a 3-card reading for you? I can add you to the list if you like. Sure, of course. Actually, you would be next because I'm about to finish up with champagne. So yeah, Alyssa, I'll be glad to read for you next. Yep, that synchronicity, that Eye of Horus popping in on you. Yes, Miriam, I can ask you as well. Or read for you, I mean. Sure. Miriam after Alyssa. Absolutely. All right. Third house, more than any other, is the house of the mind. Mercury is about giving and receiving information. When this card turns up in a reading, there's a need to uncover all that you can and relate the information to others. Also, an area of commerce and sales. When the third house card presents itself in a reading, it can indicate a time of buying and selling and becoming involved in retail or transactions made over the internet. Issues dealing with siblings may come up. There may be questions you must resolve to do with brothers or sisters. Your neighborhood may even be going through some changes. I think everybody's neighborhood's going through changes. The third house also signifies your neighborhood, so expect events that will make a difference there. For more in-depth information, look at the surrounding cards. And we've already done that. So yeah. Looks like backseats putting Wickerwoo in charge. Yay! Let's see. Mars card is present. Look for noise and radical changes as you may not be so happy with. With the Saturn card present, it could mean that an area may start to appear old or decrepit. Also, with the Saturn card, be careful how you put your thoughts and feelings into words. Jazzy heard food and went to go investigate. Other persons may not be as warm and receptive to your words and ideas as you hope them to be. This card can also mean you'll be talking your way into and out of tough situations. However, you'll be mentally able to grapple with issues and sort them out well. Important documents and other paperwork are indicated. This isn't your everyday type of paperwork, though the matter will be more significant than usual. This card also indicates a fortunate time to start a business of your own, perhaps working in translation, creating software, or something to do with deciphering codes and messages, for example. You may also become involved in studying other languages or anything related to and working toward a common good. Yes, Alyssa, you are next after Champagne C, and then Miriam is after you. Meditation and relaxation are suggested when this card presents itself. If the Neptune or Pisces card falls in the spread along with the third house card, your thoughts are likely inspired ones, and you could be having psychic or mediumistic communications. So that's a lot. But the basic gist I'm getting is there's lots of communication going on, and people you tell people how it is. And you speak your truth openly and honestly, and not everybody can handle that. And so I think that might be a struggle that you have. You're ready to tell it, but not everybody's ready to hear it, is what I'm getting. Let's see what your rune says. You're too blunt when you do your reading. That's why I try to put a little buffer out there, and I'm like, okay, this might hurt your feelings a little bit, or I don't mean this is the way it's going to sound, but bleh. And then just tell it like it is. And then some people can handle it and some people can't. And we have this rune. What does this rune mean? That's true. Sometimes it is a good thing. Because it's what they do need to hear. Indeed. We have joy reversed. All right. Joy reversed. Things are slow in coming to fruition. The process of birth is long and arduous, and fears arise for the safety of the child within. Again, this inner child stuff. What is it? This. You're not the only one who's been dealing with some inner child stuff. A crisis, a difficult passage, even in brief, is at hand. Consideration and deliberation are called for. Ask yourself whether you possess the virtues of seriousness, sincerity, and emptiness. To possess them is to have tranquility, which is the ground for patience, clarity, and perseverance. Since in its true light, everything is a test, or seen in its true light, everything is a test. And so focused in the present, sincere toward others, and trusting in yourself, know that you cannot fail. You're a Leo sun, so yes, inner child is wanting to have fun. Yes, indeed. I'm a Leo rising, Aries sun, so I can relate. In times of crisis, this rune is a useful meditation. Just remember, everything is a test and you cannot fail. It's an interesting perspective. Alright, let's see what the charms say. What kind of charm do we have for you? Okay. Can you see that? It's a piece of a broken heart, it looks like. And it looks like it might have used to say best friends. Maybe you've lost a best friend. But I also see what looks like STNs, as in street ends. So maybe it was something that needed to come to an end after all. Maybe so. Or maybe it was a dead end street that you needed to get off of because it wasn't benefiting you or the other person. Yeah, I felt that. That was a painful breakdown of a friendship, but it happened for a reason. It wasn't going anywhere. You would get in these arguments that would go round and round in circles, and nobody was right, and at the end of the day, nobody liked anybody, and you couldn't agree on anything, and it got too personal. It hurt too bad, and so it's probably best that you got off of that track because it wasn't benefiting you or that person. And sounds like you learned a very valuable lesson that, thank goodness, you're not gonna have to relearn that lesson. You've learned it. Time to move on. Time to heal. Time to grow. Ready for the next adventure, right? That's the feeling I get from this one. Yay! Thank you so much. I'm glad I could shed some light on things for you. And thank you for letting me read for you. This has been a learning experience for me. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. This has been fascinating and definitely a learning experience for me. So thank you so much. All right, Alyssa, you are next. Do you have a preference as to which deck or which cards you want me to use? I can use Black Moon cards like I did for Champagne, or I can do a different one. I've also got Moonology. I've got Druid Whoa, there goes my camera. Hang on. I've got Druidcraft. I've got the Fairy Ring. If you want the Fairy Ring, I just gotta pick up all these cards that fell off the table. I've got Witchlings. I've got Bob Ross playing cards. And I think that's it. Oh, and the Gentle Wisdom of the Fairy Realms. Alyssa, do you have a preference of which deck I should read from? Normal card? Just plain old tarot cards. I'll go with the Druidcraft. Yeah, I'm feeling it too, Wicca Woo. Anything love related. Okay. Yep, I feel like Druidcraft is calling for some reason. So we'll see what the Druidcraft has to say. Let's see. Want to ask what will happen to me and Martin in the nearest future. Okay. Well, let's see. Oh. We've got the Ace of Cups. We've got Princess of Swords. And the Prince of Wands. Very interesting. So, you got the Ace of Cups, which usually means there's a new beginning or a new cycle beginning. It could be a new relationship. between you and Martin. I'm not sure. But it's got you feeling kind of down, and that's why you're questioning what's going to happen. This emotional overwhelm, you feel like your world's been turned upside down and all your emotions have been dumped out of you, is kind of the feeling I'm getting. Pretty strong, yeah. And you're wondering if it's going to last. You're wondering if this is a good fit, that kind of thing. Even though it's kind of new, he's already hurt your feelings, or you've already hurt his feelings one way or another. There's been kind of a disconnect there. Lots of intense emotions there. I've got the Princess of Swords. This could be you, or it could be a young woman that you're dealing with. Might be an Aquarius or a Libra or a Gemini. But this person is very quick with words and says exactly what's on her mind and doesn't hold anything back and can hurt some people's feelings sometimes. You're in no contact. Why are you in no contact? As far, like, can you not talk to him, or what's the thing? Because I'm getting that there's a communication issue here. But yeah, I get this feeling that maybe you say things without thinking, if this is you, and then before you have a chance to take it back or apologize or anything, it's already said, it's already done, and someone's already gotten their feelings hurt. This might be this Martin you're speaking of, Prince of Wands. He might be an Aries or a Leo or a Sagittarius. But he is very high energy, very high strung. He jumps into things way too quickly. Oh, you had a big fight. Okay. And he gets his feelings hurt pretty easy. And so even if you said something joking and just kidding, he took it the wrong way, way the wrong way, and reacted in such a way that it hurt your feelings. So said things without thinking. Yeah. And I feel like maybe he's taken something out of context that you said and felt a certain type of way about it, and then decided to retaliate because he wanted you to hurt too, because he felt that you had intentionally hurt his feeling. Oh, he's a Sagittarius. Okay. So he might be a little bit moody, and you might have caught him in the wrong mood. He might have some insecurities that he hasn't worked through yet, and you might have inadvertently tapped into that, and so he felt the need to become defensive. So I'm not saying this is necessarily your fault. I'm not blaming anybody here. I'm just saying there's pieces of the puzzle, okay? I don't think it's ever right to be abusive toward anybody, or, to say hateful things. My philosophy is be kind always. Even I struggle with that from time to time, but the intention that I put out there is be kind always. So that being said, yeah, says whatever he wants to say, no filter. But then he's going to think about what he had to say. He'll think about it after the fact, and then he'll be like, dang, I shouldn't have said that. And he may apologize. And it's up to you whether you want to accept the apology and move forward with him, or just kind of let things be as they are, and whatever happens, happens, and that kind of thing. Um, it may be a minute before this new beginning starts, because it seems to me like you both have some healing to do before you'll be ready to try it again and start again. But yeah, that's kind of the feeling I get. Also, with the Prince of Wands, you may be getting a message pretty quickly. You may have a message coming to you, either from him or from someone else. Not sure what the message is about, but it may pertain to this whole situation and trying to work through some stuff. So, yeah, you said he's the one who is not kind, and I sense that. But if he's so unkind, you may want to think about why you still want to be with him and why you still want to have this new beginning, because if he's unkind, you know, and there's a possibility that will continue, you know, you may want to think about that. Is this what you really want? Just food for thought there. I'm not going to tell you one way or another what to do, because, you know, that's entirely your decision, but just some food for thought there. Let's see what runes have to say. Exactly, Wickaloo. If he's unkind now, what's he going to be like later? Because it's been my experience that if someone is unkind in the beginning, they don't suddenly become kind unless they have like a huge awakening, and that's never gentle, let me just tell you. So just letting you know. And here we have this rune. Movement. You're right, Wickaloo. Unkindness usually only does get worse. Let's talk about this movement here. Well, Alyssa, I think everyone is a good person, and everyone has a lot of problems, and things happen. But by the same token, there is no need to stay in a relationship with someone who continually hurts you, one way or another. Yeah, everyone's got their own personal issues, you know. But you got to think about too, is it coming to a point where you're always making excuses for this person's bad behavior? You know, I feel like everybody's a good person. It's just there may not necessarily always be a good fit, and there may be some healing that's got to take place before a healthy relationship can happen. Does that make sense? Let's see. This rune says movement that appears to block. Be certain that what you are doing or not doing is timely. There are no missed opportunities. You have simply to recognize that not all possibilities are open to you, that not all opportunities are appropriate. The opportunity at hand may be precisely to avoid action. If you are feeling at a loss, unclear about the need to act, consider what is timely in your nature and remember, what is yours will come to you. So it may be a time to kind of relax about this. Let him come to you, which I feel like is what's going to happen. I feel like he's going to come to you and be like, look, you know, and try to work through this. That's the feeling I get. But don't force it, because if you go chasing after him, he's going to run away. And like it says, what's yours will come to you. So if this is the right person, if he's meant for you, he'll be back. He'll be back. But yeah, at the moment, this kind of hurts. But yeah, definitely sit back and wait. See what he does and how he behaves. And I have a feeling y'all will be able to talk through this and work something out. That's the feeling I get. I could be wrong, but that, like I said, that's just the feeling I get. And then let's see what the charms say. We've been together 4 years. Okay. Well, I mean, everybody hits a rough patch from time to time. You know, I've been with my husband for 22 years, and we've been through all kinds of ups and downs, and we've managed to work through it, you know, whatever the case may be. So I'm not saying give up hope by any means, but it's definitely going to involve a conversation. It's the only time a problem really hits us so bad. Yeah. Let's see. And here we have hearts interlocked. So I feel like the love is there, and I feel like, you know, y'all are definitely you know, definitely intertwined. Y'all are spiritually linked, I feel like. And so it's just gonna take some time to kind of work through it, but I feel like some healing is gonna take place on both. Yeah, I feel like some healing is going to take place on both sides, and it's going to be better, but some healing definitely has to take place. Martin is kind, will not last if he's unkind, although all throughout, but he is good. We just had a fight. And I get that. You know, people have disagreements all the time, but overall they have a good, healthy, supportive relationship. I've worked in places where, you know, I've met people that didn't have healthy relationships, and it turned out badly. But yeah, I feel like, you know, y'all are definitely linked. And I feel like this new beginning, you know, is definitely a possibility, but both of you got some healing to do. But I wouldn't call this an ending. I wouldn't say this is the end. So I wish you all the best with that, and lots of hope and healing your way. And yeah, thank you for letting me read for you. I appreciate it. All right. Next, I have Miriam. Miriam, you still with us? Yay, Miriam! So, Miriam, what deck would you like me to use? What cards would you like to hear from tonight? Yes, Alyssa, did that help? I hope so. All right. Miriam, I feel like the witchlings are calling to me for some reason. Howdy. What is it? Oh, it's a tater tot. Hang on, guys. It's a tater tot. I have been blessed with tater tots. Mmm. Mmm. Mm-hmm. Those are so good. Oh my goodness. Sean can cook. Alright, Miriam. I'm reading from the Witchlings. Absolutely, Alyssa. Thank you for allowing me to read for you. It's always a learning experience for me whenever I read for other people. I always learn something. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, Miriam, we have determination. Determination is the power within to keep you from giving up on your dreams. That's important. Excuse me. Itchy nose. Somebody's thinking about me. Manifestation. Turn desires into reality by activating the power of manifestation. Ooh. Vitality. Vitality is the beaming force that gives energy and vigor to life. Miriam, what are you manifesting? Oh my goodness. It's something awesome. I know that. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Some high vibing stuff for sure. Oh my goodness. Are you familiar with law of attraction? Do you know what you're doing? Because you're manifesting some deep, awesome stuff. I'm excited. I'm really and truly excited for you. And I'll tell you why. All right, so we've got determination, the power within to keep you from giving up on your dreams. So you're determined. You have determination. You have set your sights on something and you are determined. You have a goal and you're determined to get there. I don't know what your goal is, but it's something awesome. And then we've got manifestation. Turn desires into reality by activating the power of manifestation. So with this law of attraction, I keep talking about it. Basically, you're aligning with the things that you want to attract into your life. It's like, for example, if you wanted a black Porsche, nice car, working on letting people in hopes of love. Okay. So let's go with the car thing, okay? So let's say you're wanting a black Porsche. You have imagined it, you have looked at pictures, you have done a vision board, you have meditated on it, you've thought about it. You've imagined driving that Porsche. You've imagined what it's like to have that, what it feels like, what the leather seats feel like, all the good stuff, right? And so that's basically that's like turning your dial toward what it is you're wanting. Like just like a radio dial, or just like the frequency on the radio. You're turning it toward what you desire, right? Everything's lining up. So exactly. And so that's where the manifestation's coming in. And it could be little things. It could be like, for example, you might have let somebody know that you wanted that black Porsche, and then you see them all over town wherever you go, and then that's a sign that you're getting closer to your goal. And then somebody gives you like a toy car version of the black Porsche that you're wanting, and you're another step closer to getting to your goal. And then somebody else is like, well, it's not a black Porsche, but it's a black Malibu or whatever. Okay, you're getting there, and you get closer and closer to your goal until you finally get to it. But you keep persevering, you keep that determination. I'm gonna get where I want to be. I'm gonna be happy. I'm gonna whatever the case may be. And then you're working on this manifestation, what it's like to actually be there. Just imagine that. And then let it go and let the universe do its thing, right? And then you got this vitality. You've got this high vibration. It says, vitality is the beaming force that gives energy and vigor to life. Everything you do, this is just the vibe I'm getting from you, and I could be wrong, but everything you do, you put your whole self into it. It's like there is no half booty anything. You just do it. and you put your all into whatever it is you're going for, and it's just like, yes. And you don't have any like middle of the road kind of feelings about anything. If you feel something, you feel it so strongly and so deeply with your whole being that it consumes you. But it's not always a bad thing. And so when you have this excitement for life and this excitement for what it is that you're drawing toward yourself, when you can imagine, for example, you're trying to let people in hopes of love, you're raising your vibration, thinking about what it's like to be in love. What's it like to be with the love of my life, the person I'm supposed to be with, my soulmate, etc., etc. And you focus on how that feels for you and what that means, and what's it like to wake up to them the next morning. What's it like to walk down the beach holding hands with them? Stuff like that. You've got all that going on and what that feeling generates, and you feel it so strongly and so within every fiber of your being that's what is not only perpetuated, like, it's not only your driving force for everything that you do, but it's also attracting that from the people around you. And so by letting your walls down and allowing people in, you've already raised your vibration. So now you're going to be attracting people that vibrate on that same frequency. Kind of like minds get drawn together by some kind of unseen force. That's kind of what we're talking about here. And it's like you've got this excitement for life that is going to draw people to you anyway. So let's see what your rune have to say. And it's that. Now we had this before, but it was the other way. Opening. Right? It's opening, but it's reversed. And so it says, expect a darkening of the light in some situation or relationship. A friendship may be dying, a partnership, a marriage, or some aspect of yourself that is no longer appropriate to the person you are now becoming. So like you said, opening up to people more or letting people in, that's a new thing for you. Because you used to be very closed and private and not letting people in, and now little by little you're opening up and coming out of your shell a little bit. And so that's what you're closing the door on. Reverse, this rune points to the death of a way of being that's no longer valid and puts you on notice that failure to face up consciously to that death would constitute loss of opportunity. It calls for giving up gladly the old and being prepared to live for a time empty. So you may have to be okay with being single for a minute, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. It's actually a great opportunity to kind of get your bearings of who you are and what you value the most and what your strengths are, and build on that. It calls for developing inner stability and carries the warning to not be seduced by the momentum of old ways while waiting for the new to become illuminated in their proper time. So don't fall back into this old way of being, because that was how you were closing people out. But focus on being your bright self and opening up just little by little along the way, and eventually you'll get where you want to be. You'll get to a place where you're attracting, that special person or that special love of your life, and so on and so forth. So, that being said, let's see what the charms say. And it's a leaf or a branch. And so usually when I pull something like a leaf or a branch, it has to do with growth. It has to do with growth and maturity. Maybe you've planted that seed and now it's time to nurture it and allow it to blossom. Um, and it will in time. You can't make grass grow by tugging on the shoots. You have to kind of let it be, let it do its thing. Yes, Vicky, I'm still here, but I think I'm on my last reading of the night with Miriam. But yes, still here for a minute anyway. Um, but yeah, Miriam, I think this growth, and you've already got this strong vitality. You've got this strong determination. You're gonna get exactly um, where you want to be. I feel like it's just a matter of staying the course, and you're doing great by working on letting people in. Um, Always trust your intuition, but little by little, you know you may have to, in a way, test people with little pieces of information and see what they do with it, you know so that way you can kind of gauge, okay, I can trust this person, or things like that. So that's just little tests you can try. um, anyway, I hope this was helpful for you, and I wish you all the best. um, Good luck on your journey and so forth. Happy manifesting and all that good stuff. So, so Miriam was the last on my list. Thank you so much, Miriam. Thank you for letting me read for you. So I think, guys, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. It is almost 4 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, it's been a long stream. Very informative. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Wickawu, and thank you for everybody who's joined me and stuck with me, and I think I'm gonna call it a night. Whoa, my camera went blurry for a second. It's 5 for you. Wow. All right, guys. Well, y'all have a good night, and I wish you all the best, and I will see y'all next time. Like I said, if anybody wants a more in-depth personalized reading, you can always email me at tarotandteawithmrsb@gmail.com. I've got a link to my Gmail in the description. There's also the donation link in the description as well, for a minimum $1 donation. I'm going to continue that through April, for any more in-depth personalized readings. Just let me know, email me, and I guess I'll call it a night. Y'all have a good night. Thank you all for joining me.